Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, dum, dum. Boom, bada-boom, bada-boom, boom, boom. Where do I find this game on Twitch? This one, retro. It's crazy I can't find this game in particular. It's all this like other newer stuff. Oh, I found it. Okay. Alright. Check out where we are in this game. I like the music in this game. I already knew that. I already listened to the music before playing this. But, you know, that's the one thing in this game I can say safely that I think is like pretty great. As for everything else, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, music's great though. I hope that they add more gameplay in the future for these games. I think that they did probably. I thought I couldn't select continue. I was scared. What the fuck? Which one did I do last? I have to check now. It's the fact that it doesn't tell you your playtime. That's one thing that Zach does better than this game. Clearly. So I'm gonna have to check on YouTube real quick what my last save was. Alright, let's see what it was. Save. I did the second one. I actually don't know. Oh wait, okay, so we'll see. I'll be able to tell. Yeah, that's correct. So that's cool. Suppose I can have stream up on my phone. Try to do that. Where's this go? I died. What the fuck?
Instantly from my guy. Treasure box key. Wrote a seed. Shit. I need the harmonica. I don't know where that is. This whole level was a matter of, it's like I can't see anything, you know what I'm saying? They did that on purpose. Some maps. I think we're on shrine level 1. Am I wrong? No, it's not a shrine. Where am I then? What is this place? I don't know. I wish I could find, but I'm... Hold up. Let me look, inventory. See, I have no such thing.
I couldn't even tell you where I am. Really, where am I, dude? Holy fuck. Where am I? What? Really don't know. I think I'd be able to find a chest. Hold up. Should I finish the Turkey Tom Billy Mitchell video? I mean, like, I can close that now. I don't know where the flip I am in this place. I really wish I did know. Wonder if, you know, this game, does it have a Flash equivalent? I wasn't looking. You do have to pause the action. I don't know where the fuck to go. It wasn't obvious. So find this harmonica. Like, they really just made everything dark, and so I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's like, really, dude? This is where Pokemon got it from? Probably not, right? There's definitely games that did this before S. I don't get how I can't find this. I think I'd be able to find this. Just going the wrong way every time. What's going on? I don't know if that save is worth this way. There it is, treasure box key, harmonica. I have to save again immediately. Before getting out of this place, to be honest. I need to do something important real quick. got? I see, so let's gotta find that place again. I don't like that. What am I gonna do about that? It's gotta be something for me to actually start healing, man. What do I do for that? What a terrible spot to save the game, I guess. I mean, I can't hit him without taking damage. He didn't give me experience. Is the only option to level up here? Possible. Might be slow. Can I level up? It doesn't show up again, so I don't know. It's refusing to show up for some reason. Yeah, I can actually kill for experience. I mean, I think if you level up, you heal. That's my hope here. Oh shit, that was good. Alright, so we're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way, but let's watch some Turkey Tom. Some compelling Billy Mitchell video. Have I been streaming for 20 minutes already? What the fuck? Turkey Tom, Billy Mitchell.
Others don't hear. If a door hinge is going to need oil soon, if someone's wedding ring needs adjusting, if a letter on a sign way down the road is missing. It can be too much information. It's like those elite gamers who can't really function in society. On that level, the way you handle things in your mind, the way you compute and calculate.
Yeah, what are they talking about?
Began competing on and enjoyed. After all, he was always after the attention, and he was finally getting it. Adding to how impressive his Pac-Man score was on his own, his appearance was also very striking and marketable. His signature mullet was always there, and since he began competing against the Canadians in Pac-Man, he adopted a bit of extravagant patriotism, taking to wearing a tie with the American flag on it. A little cult of personality began to form around him, painting him as a Sherlock Holmes-like genius savant, and he took great pleasure in playing into it. While describing his process, Billy said, "I see things that other people don't see, and hear things others don't hear. If a door hinge is going to need oil soon, if someone's wedding ring needs adjusting, if a letter on a sign way down the road is missing. It can be too much information. It's like those elite gamers who can't really function in society. On that level, the way you handle things in your mind, the way you compute and calculate, you're taking your mind and putting it in a place it's really not supposed to be. You can run a computer the wrong way and fry it. As he achieved all of his objectives, Billy decided to move away from gaming, opting instead to prioritize other things in his life, as he felt he no longer had anything to prove as far as gaming records went. Holding the Guinness as
I don't know anything about his own or getting into a flow. His It's constant intensity and concentration. Nothing's flowing. What the
He felt he no longer had anything to prove as far as gaming records went.
Billy
Holding the
Mitchell's
Guinness World
insane,
Record high
dude.
scores for multiple video games, he had done enough. And now, he Guinness World Record high scores for multiple video games.
Burger time. Holy shit. Billy Mitchell burger time, dude. Holy fuck. See if I can find some footage of that. Burger time. There's no footage. Damn, dude, there's no Billy Mitchell burger time footage.
That's what happened.
Burger time world record holder. The fuck? All right.
He had done enough, and now he could move past it. High scores for multiple video games. He had done enough, and now he could move past it and focus on the good things in life. To stop and smell the flowers and the feet, I guess, because for whatever reason, when an interviewer asked him if he had any vices, he offered up the information that he likes feet. His wife was any vices. He offered up the information that he likes feet. His wife was in the room and everything. This guy's a true freak. But alas, his whole retirement shtick was very much insincere. Whether Billy knew it himself or not, as time went on and his old score started being called into question, something insidious within him was awakened. It's hard to place where exactly this stage of his life began, but we can safely put it at 2004, when half a decade after his legendary Pac-Man kill screen achievement, Billy resurged to put up a new high score on Donkey Kong. However, this time around, he had a more worthy opponent than the Pac-Man Canadians, Steve Wiebe, perhaps the one man who was as adamant as Billy when it came to competing in now 20-year-old arcade games. Steve saw the legendary reputation of Billy Mitchell as outdated and aimed to dethrone him publicly by beating his record. This forthright attitude of Steve's made Billy uncomfortable, as he was no longer as confident as he used to be in his gaming abilities, whether it be from lack of practice due to his claimed retirement, or because he was 39 years old at this point, which for by beating his record. This forthright attitude of Steve's made Billy uncomfortable, as he was no longer.
Are you trying to tell me that Billy Mitchell was only 39 in King of Kongs? 32? What the fuck? Now it says he was 50 in 2007. Dude, what? So, no, he was like 42 during that. I guess he was
longer and his nation of
whatever,
Billy
dude.
Mitchell as outdated, and aimed to dethrone him publicly by beating his record. This forthright attitude of Steve's made Billy uncomfortable, as he was no longer as confident as he used to be in his gaming abilities, whether it be from lack of practice due to his claimed retirement, or because he was 39 years old at this point, which for most people is past their prime in terms of video game playing. Because of this, he rejected Steve's many invitations to competitions at arcades, and this is when things started turning sour for Billy Mitchell's reputation. In 2005, Weeby was at a Fun Spot event where he was trying to crack 1,000,000 points in Donkey Kong. Billy refused to be there, but in his place, he sent a VCR tape that showed him finishing a game at a whopping 1,047,200 points. Most of Steve and Billy's back and forth during this period was documented in the 2007 movie The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. Although I should note that the movie is highly fictionalized, with several scenes being completely staged for a more entertaining experience. If you do watch it, you may come off with the impression that Billy is some kind of evil genius who masterminds everything in his favor, but the truth is, Billy's high score was discarded, just as some of Steve's previous records were discarded for the same reason. A tape is not acceptable to prove the legitimacy of a high score. It has to be actually witnessed. Whatever the case may be, around the same time the movie came out, Billy cleared up any questions people may have had about his previous score by physically showing up at a venue and cracking his own previous score by 3,000 points, going as far as to have the circuit board verified by Nintendo to ensure there was no. Same time the movie came out, Billy cleared up any questions people may have had about his previous score by physically showing up at a venue and cracking his own previous score by 3,000 points, going as far as to have the circuit board verified by Nintendo to ensure there was no chicanery going on. Now, it's worth noting that Billy and Steve did differ in their recollection of events regarding the 2004 Classic Gaming Expo. Billy recalled himself getting 929,000 on his second try, and Steve getting 893,000 on his last.
Dude, this has to be... There has to be another way. There might be. Might be another way. Not sure though, actually. Oh, wait. Not good. Oh my goodness. Dude, these fucking boulders. I don't know what to do about them. Am I like too low leveled? What exactly is going on? I can't fight them without taking damage. To be fair, I don't know what my inventory necessarily does. Maybe I can find that out. Mask of Eyes. What does that do? We don't know. Why did everything just change colors? Hold up, what just happened? Huh? Oh, that makes it more visible in here. I didn't realize it did anything. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, are you fucking trolling? Oh, what? What is wing? Oh wait, you grow a wing. Probably.
Attempts. Meanwhile, Steve tells a completely different story, wherein Billy complains about the controls not working properly and gives up on it when he gets to around 50,000 points. Rumors was not second try, and Steve getting Billy recalled himself getting 929,000 on his second try, and Steve getting 893,000 on his last attempt. Meanwhile, Steve tells a completely different story, wherein Billy complains about the controls not working properly and gives up on it when he gets to around 50,000 points. Rumors began spreading, much to Billy's dismay. This event, and how it was depicted in the King of Kong movie, marked a change in tone for Billy, who, when asked if he had plans to sue, ended up replying, "I'm unhappy that so many good people were portrayed in such a negative light, and it will be interesting what large law firm may step forward and offer to assist us in our quest for the truth." Some people saw Billy as having every right to do this, as the documentary could be considered defamation due to how it was edited. Other people saw it as an unnecessary extra mile to go over a silly film about a video game competition, and that a lawsuit would be an overreaction.
I don't know what the fuck these do. Wing. Damn, I didn't buy a wing. Fuck. What is the... I didn't get a heal ring. Dude, I need a heal ring. Where is that? Heal ring. D? Oh, what keeps happening with the fucking light? What? I'm actually super confused by that. I don't know what is happening with the lights. What is actually going on there? Dude, fuck, man. I have to, like, exit this fucking place so I can heal and go back in. I don't know what the seed does. What does the seed do? Oh, you need to understand the fucking rooted trees. Okay. Where am I now? Let's save here. Damn, he killed me. How do you manage that? We just need to find the way outside. Let's listen to this video.
Regardless, the release of the documentary really reignited Billy's obsession with video games. 3 years later, he temporarily lost the title, only to immediately regain it with what came to be referred to as the Boomer score. 1,062,800 points at a restaurant called Boomer's. What he didn't know is that with this score, the fate of his reputation was ultimately sealed. While the more formal protests of his scores hadn't been filed yet, the general call culture had already taken notice of Billy as a bit of a megalomaniac and a sore winner. In 2011, Cartoon Network's regular show aired an episode called High Score, wherein Mordecai and Rigby take part in an arcade game competition against an obnoxious giant floating head called Garrett Bobby Ferguson, which obviously resembled Billy's signature look. I actually remember watching this episode on TV when it came out, and I had no idea who Billy Mitchell was, but when I actually found out about him, I was like, oh, that's Garrett Bobby Ferguson. About 4 years after the episode aired, Billy took offense to this and actually filed a lawsuit against Cartoon Network over the usage of his likeness, claiming it was done with malicious or defamatory intent. This endeavor did not go very well, and it was promptly thrown out by New Jersey Federal District Judge Ann Thompson. Her explanation as to why the case was thrown out was that, besides the fact that the show was protected under the First Amendment, Garrett Bobby Ferguson's traits are purposely exaggerated to make him look cartoonishly evil. Cartoon Network said that the depiction was transformative and thus did not qualify for defamation. Funnily enough, this was the exact quote. The television character does not match the plaintiff in appearance. GBF appears as a non-human creature, a giant floating head with no body from outer space, while plaintiff is a human being, and when GBF loses his title, the character literally explodes, unlike plaintiff. It's really funny to see a judge deal with something as frivolous as this with the kind of seriousness that it merits. What isn't funny is that we'll come to find out the only reason this case was so clear-cut and easy to settle was because Cartoon Network is big enough to get the kind of legal defense and public pressure to make lawsuits like these go away. Unfortunately, average Joes don't enjoy the same privilege. Since his 2010 Donkey Kong Boomers score, Billy decided to once again rest on his laurels, becoming mostly dormant on the competitive gaming and high score pursuit front. But 7 years later, this retirement was also abruptly interrupted by someone who was skeptical about the validity of Billy's high score. You see, another requirement for a score to be legitimate is that it be played on a genuine, original, Nintendo-sourced Donkey Kong arcade circuit board. The only problem here is that, as one Jeremy Young pointed out in mid-2017, the video recorded of Billy achieving his high score showed his friend, Robert Childs, swapping out a Donkey Kong Jr. arcade board and then reinstalling the validity of Billy's high score of gaming and high score pursuit front. But 7 years later, this retirement was also abruptly interrupted by someone who was skeptical about the validity of Billy's high score. You see, another requirement for a score to be legitimate is that it be played on a genuine, original, Nintendo-sourced Donkey Kong arcade circuit board. The only problem here is that, as one Jeremy Young pointed out in mid-2017, the video recorded of Billy achieving his high score showed his friend, Robert Childs, swapping out a Donkey Kong Jr. arcade board and then reinstalling the same board while the camera pans away. To the average person that isn't familiar with these kinds of things, this seems harmless. But to someone who is savvy, such as Jeremy, this is a telltale sign that Billy was playing on something called a double donkey board. This meant that this was a modified version that contained both Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr., and thus was not the original version of either game, and consequently couldn't count as an official high score, even if it was achieved through otherwise completely legitimate means.
See, this is why Billy never cheated.
At this point, a simple admission of fault and having his score taken off would probably go a long way to reinstate Billy's reputation. But alas, this is Billy Mitchell we're talking about. After 3 decades of cooperation, Billy's previously great relationship with Twin Galaxies began to sour, as their fraudulent score watchdog became suspected of some spurious scores of his own. After being called out on it, Billy and Robert came out to say that the video of the aftermath of the Boomer score was staged, but that the score was legitimate nonetheless. You see, their explanation, fraudulent score watchdog became suspected of some spurious scores of his own. After being called out on it, Billy and Robert came out to say that the video of the aftermath of the Boomer score was staged, but that the score was legitimate nonetheless. You see, their explanation is that they did have the original and legit circuit board of both games, but by the time they had decided to record the video, the Donkey Kong board had already been put in the trunk of Billy's car. before, and they didn't want to go back to get it just for the video. So they just used the board they had with them at the moment, the one for Donkey Kong Jr. It's important to note that all of this is alleged and has been reported on by others, and I am exclusively documenting it with no intention to promote a specific narrative. I'll let you be the judge of whether that's true or not, but one thing is absolutely true. If this was the case, why even record the video? Why have Robert Childs pretend to be loading the arcade up with another board when that's not the case? That explanation creates more questions than answers. If this was all of it, this matter would have probably died in obscurity, in some forgotten corner of the Twin Galaxies forums. But the Boomer score was just the tip of the iceberg, and Jeremy Young intended to go much deeper. In February of 2018, Young followed up with even more objections to Billy's previous records, this time calling out some technical details that not only the Boomer score, but also the Mortgage Broker score, and even the King of Kong tape score that made Billy infamous, all of them were acquired in illegitimate hardware. To be specific, these details were small but noticeable details in the graphics and transitions of the game, which look different when played on MAME, a multiple arcade machine emulator, basically a platform to play arcade games on PC. The allegation here is that in every single of Billy's DK records, he played on MAME, not on legitimate arcade hardware. According to Jeremy Young, what further called Billy's records into question is that the Twin Galaxies referee who was there to witness two of them was Todd Rogers, someone with his own history of questionable scores to say the least. Ultimately, these pieces of evidence were enough to get Twin Galaxies to go back and verify the recordings of Mitchell's scores, and upon further evaluation, they reached a conclusion. There were two tells that Twin Galaxies focused on. First, the way that the screen in arcade games get projected in legitimate arcade machines leads to the image being rotated so that the top of the screen is on the right side, while two of Billy's recordings had it on the left. Secondly, when you finish a stage in Donkey Kong and the next one is loading, on a legitimate machine, all of the girders that Mario walks on pop onto the screen at the same time, while on MAME, the top three girders partially load in first, followed by the rest of the screen. They claimed that Billy's footage was consistent with MAME. This was devastating in more ways than one. First off, the years of diligently reconstructing his public perception in the community since the King of Kong movie all went to waste instantly, as his high scores on DK were invalidated by Twin Galaxies, a scorekeeper whose opinion Billy himself relied on heavily for all of his career. But much worse than that is that TG has a company policy which states that if you're caught intentionally trying to mislead or otherwise fraudulently land yourself on their rankings, you get a lifetime retroactive ban, meaning not only would his DK scores be invalidated, but most important of all, his career-making Pac-Man Perfect game was also discarded. Literally decades of work wiped out. Community. When you finish a stage in Donkey Kong and the next one is loading, on a legitimate machine, all of the girders that Mario walks on pop onto the screen at the same time, while on MAME, the top three girders partially load in first. first, followed by the rest of the screen. They claimed that Billy's footage was consistent with MAME. This was devastating in more ways than one. First off, the years of diligently reconstructing his public perception in the community since the King of Kong movie all went to waste instantly, as his high scores on DK were invalidated by Twin Galaxies, a scorekeeper whose opinion Billy himself relied on heavily for all of his career. But much worse than that is that TG has a company policy which states that if you're caught intentionally trying to mislead or otherwise fraudulently land yourself on their rankings, you get a lifetime retroactive ban, meaning not only would his DK scores be invalidated, but most important of all, his career-making Pac-Man perfect game was also discarded. Literally decades of work wiped out of Twin Galaxies history, permanently staining his record. Now, Billy saw all of this and decided to release a statement regarding these claims.
Hi, I'm Billy Mitchell. We're here at the Midwest Gaming Classic. I'm here with Old School Gamer magazine. I've been asked to address things that are recently in the media. The fact of the matter is, now there is a true professional due diligence being done to investigate things that happened as far as 35 years ago in a professional manner, not in a shock jock mentality designed to create hit. The fact of the matter is, now there is a true professional due diligence being done to investigate things that happened as far as 35 years ago in a professional manner, not in a shock jock mentality designed to create hits. We will show that everything that has been done, everything was done professionally, according to the rules, according to the scoreboard, the integrity that was set up.
Where do I buy
2014.
Where do I buy a ring? Oh, a wing, rather. Where do you buy a wing? Very confused. Where's the wings? I have 24,000 gold and nothing to spend it on. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is going on? What? You already have it? I see, so you got a heal potion. Where's the wing at? Sapphire ring? Silver armor? Defense 52. Okay. I just buy this stuff because I have a ton of stuff. So I just buy everything. Wait. Okay.
Forward by the current regime who wants to reach back 35 years. Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. I wish I had it in my hands right now. I wish I could hand it to you. But it's taken a considerable amount of time. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment to that. We've been at this since 1982, and it's not going to stop now.
As you can see, not much information was given in this statement, and it looks like it was done on the fly, which further solidified people's suspicions that Billy had little to offer in the way of defending his reputation. Like stated previously, in the general sense, this didn't mean much, but to the arcade game high score community, and especially to Billy himself, this was huge. At the time this stuff was coming out, many people weighed in on it, commenting on the kind of exploits available on MAME, especially when recordings of your games are basically patchwork, which in Billy's case was oddly common. After years of relying on the kind of exploits available on MAME, especially when recordings of your games are basically patchwork, which in Billy's case was oddly common. After years of relying mostly on conventional game journalism to get his word out, Billy was finally getting around to the online world and having a significant presence on social media. In an interview he gave, he denied any rumors of having cheated or anything of the sort, and said that he was slowly working to put together a case to reinstate his scores. Additionally, he had been working with his son to get himself a Twitch account from where he would stream, and soon after, the streams began. There definitely was some degree of work done towards recuperating his public image, as Billy streamed himself getting to over 1 million points on Donkey Kong without any cuts, proving that he was, indeed, extremely good at the game. The thing is, the question wasn't whether Billy was good at the game or not, nor if he could achieve those scores. The only question was, did he or did he not cut corners and make it easy for himself the times that he did get those high scores? It's possible, at least in theory, that his crave for recognition overpowered his better judgment and disregarded his genuine ability to play the game, opting to do it the easy way and relying on his good relationship with Twin Galaxies to get his desired outcome. Unfortunately for Billy, his next move was to get in contact with arcade technician Carlos Pinero, who would give his expert opinion on the validity of his scores. The difference between Pinero and most of the other people involved with this situation is that Carlos had no prior relation to Billy, either negative or positive, and thus, to the public, he could be trusted to deliver the fair crave for recognition overpowered his better judgment and disregarded his genuine ability to play the game, opting to do it the easy way and relying on his good relationship with Twin Galaxies to get his desired outcome. Unfortunately for Billy, his next move was to get in contact with arcade technician Carlos Pinero, who would give his expert opinion on the validity of his scores. The difference between Pinero and most of the other people involved with this situation is that Carlos had no prior relation to Billy, either negative or positive, and thus, to the public, he could be trusted to deliver the fairest verdict. Pinero had worked for Sega for many years, was available, and knew none of the context surrounding the Billy Mitchell situation. He only knew the technical aspects of arcade games. After examining somewhere between 700 and 1,000 hours of gameplay footage of Donkey Kong, Carlos came where between
What?
between 700 and 1,000 hours of gameplay footage of Donkey Kong, Carlos came to the conclusion that there was simply no possible way that a legitimate board would produce a 3-girder pattern, as it only ever showed 5. This meant that out of sheer unchanging hardware specification, Billy Mitchell's records were, according to Carlos Pinero's expert opinion, achieved on MAME, and not on legitimate Donkey Kong circuit boards. But being the impartial third party with no desire to destroy Billy's reputation, investigation, he allegedly went to Billy before delivering his results to Twin Galaxies, and had a very sober conversation with him, where Carlos said, "Billy, is there something you want to tell me? Look, the best I can do is, if you want me to help you with this, I'll just pull out. I'm a nobody." But due to his unrelenting pride and
Alright. We're out of that. So we got the heal ring. That's a big deal. I think I can actually beat the game now with the heal ring.
confidence, Billy, I'm a nobody. But due to his unrelenting pride and confidence, Billy allegedly told him to simply tell the truth. The report was promptly sent to Twin Galaxies, and the official declaration came down 3 days later. Billy Mitchell's records were not, and
What? This just proves Billy is innocent. The fuck? Because he literally unknowingly played on MAME. This doesn't... Dude, this literally shows that... he didn't fucking know. That's all it shows.
allegedly told him to simply tell the truth. The report was promptly sent to confidence. Billy allegedly told him to simply tell the truth. The report was promptly sent to Twin Galaxies, and the official declaration came down 3 days later. Billy Mitchell's records were not to be reinstated, because according to them, his gameplay could not have been derived from a genuine Nintendo Donkey Kong circuit board. However, Billy did have one last trick up his sleeve. You see, in the evidence Billy brought forth to contest the disqualification of his scores was a signed document containing an item that declared Billy innocent of all cheating, and Carlos Pinero had signed this document. This flew in the vindication of his scores was You see, in the circuit board. However, Billy did have one last trick up his sleeve. You see, in the evidence Billy brought forth to contest the disqualification not to be reinstated, because they simply tell the truth. The report was promptly sent to Twin Galaxies, and the official declaration came down 3 days later. Billy Mitchell's records were not to be reinstated, because according to them, his gameplay could not have been derived from a genuine Nintendo Donkey Kong circuit board. However, Billy did have one last trick up his sleeve. You see, in the evidence Billy brought forth to contest the disqualification of his scores was a signed document containing an item that declared Billy innocent of all cheating, and Carlos Pinheiro had signed this document. This flew in the face of the findings he had just sent to Twin Galaxies, but of course there is an explanation. While Carlos's signature is legitimate, it was an outdated version of the document that Carlos had since redacted, having that item expunged as he came to his final conclusion. It was Billy's responsibility, on good faith, to not do anything malicious with that, but according to Carlos, he went behind his back and filed it anyway. Later on, Carlos would release a video along with another signed statement, this time through Twin Galaxies' lawyer, saying the following. Billy Mitchell asked me to sign the September 2019 declaration. I told Mr. Mitchell that I did not agree with what was written in the declaration, particularly the portion of the declaration relating to the retraction of my findings. I told Mr. Mitchell that I would not sign the declaration for this reason, as I did not intend to retract my findings. After 3 hours of pleading, and after he threatened he would sue me if I did not sign the declaration right there, I capitulated and signed it, partly because I did not want to be sued, and also because Billy Mitchell promised that the document would not be used for any purpose other than to keep me out of any legal proceedings. As this dispute turned into lawfare, customary for Billy at this point, Billy and Robert Childs decided to double down on their reinstatement efforts, hiring yet another technician to try and verify the scores and the recordings as well. This man that they hired, David Race, was himself the record holder for the fastest Pac-Man perfect game, and he did manage to produce a more favorable outcome for Billy, leaning toward that it was simply inconclusive whether Billy played on MAME or not. Despite this, Robert and Billy would also throw him, as well as Pinheiro, under the bus, saying that if the test didn't result in a clear exoneration for Billy, it was because the technician did their investigation without any information from Billy himself as to how the scores were originally recorded. This was a particularly egregious claim to David, who, during the process of gathering information to do his investigation, claimed to have read through a long and elaborate Facebook post by Robert himself that contained every single detail that went into recording the scores. David Race would say, "I don't like being lied to. I don't like having my time wasted, and I certainly don't like when someone tries to gaslight me or others." Rob Childs was more than certain about his analysis, and now we are supposed to believe that he never really said or explained the setup, that it was all a figment of our imagination. Rob can't remember all that was involved in the recording of the 1,062,800 point game. Both Carlos and I just started testing 2-bit converters on a whim. We're testing GigaWare capture devices into laptops because we just felt like it. Sorry, that nonsense doesn't fly with me. Additionally, he claimed that they tried to do the same thing to David as they did to Pinheiro, having him sign pre-written statements about Billy's innocence and promise that if said innocence wasn't proven, they would just discard it. However, David was wise enough to not sign them, even if he never fully accused Billy of cheating on his scores. As would continue to come out, this was just a fraction of the mischief Billy and Robert got up to. Robert ended up being caught in multiple contradictions, such as claiming that he didn't know where the recording of the scores took place, despite having previously stated that it happened in his business's warehouse. When going to David Nelson, the chief referee of Twin Galaxies who oversaw the record keeping, Billy was quoted saying, "If you don't accept this score, there's going to be trouble." It's a little bit hard to imagine the dehydrated Lemmy Kilmister Billy Mitchell threatening other people like that over video game scores, but there's going to be trouble. It's a little bit hard to imagine the dehydrated Lemmy Kilmister Billy Mitchell threatening other people like that over video game scores, but as we've learned, nothing is too far to go to redeem his status. By far, the most strange aspect of this story is the part that involves the head of Twin Galaxies at the time, Pete Bouvier. In the context of the Boomer score, Billy stated that despite inviting Pete over the phone to witness the attempts at a record, Pete never showed up. This was the story for 7 whole years, until in 2017 when Pete Bouvier died, and suddenly the story changed. Now that Pete Boomer score, Billy stated that despite inviting Pete over the phone to witness the attempts at a record, Pete never showed up. This was the story for 7 whole years, until in 2017 when Pete Bouvier died, and suddenly the story changed. Now that Pete was no longer alive to set the record straight when Billy said something that didn't add up, Billy claimed that Pete was not only physically there, but also congratulated him on his win and shook his hand, even doing an impression of the old man's voice. When confronted with these conflicting pieces of information, Billy attempted a sleight of hand maneuver, saying that Pete was there, but left during the setting of the record for DK Jr. This obviously didn't address the fact that, in his recorded words, Billy said Pete wouldn't be able to make it, as in he wouldn't be there at all, let alone sitting at the arcade snack bar and yucking it up with him. Additionally, when contacted and asked about it, Pete's wife Nancy would also claim that she had no recollection of anything like what Billy was describing ever taking place. It's at this point that Billy seemingly ran out of arcade technicians to try and pressure into clearing his name. But even if he magically found one that would swear on his innocence, it would be too little too late. Even if some kind of Hail Mary win via technicality came along, the moral victory was long gone, and the community had largely turned its back on Billy. But for him, it wasn't over. Despite sending a 156-page long document chock full of every possible reinforcement to his claims that he could muster or trick people into giving him, Twin Galaxies maintained its position that his scores were simply invalid. One of the final Hail Mary efforts to try and get their decision overturned was a defamation lawsuit against both Twin Galaxies and the Guinness World Records, and plenty of others. Billy was going for $10 million worth of damages from Twin Galaxies, while at the same time pursuing individual $1 million lawsuits against Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris, who moderated the TG forums and made the post contesting his scores. He also filed lawsuit against the late great speedrun YouTuber Apollo Legend, who has since passed, for using voice recordings of Billy's without his from Twin Galaxies, while at the same time pursuing individual $1 million lawsuits against Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris, who moderated the TG forums and made the post contesting his scores. He also filed lawsuit against the late great speedrun YouTuber Apollo Legend, who has since passed, for using voice recordings of Billy's without his consent. Twin Galaxies had the resources to countersue and hold their own, and it can be assumed that this extended to Jeremy and Jeff. But unfortunately, Apollo didn't share the same luck. It was kind of strange to begin with that a YouTuber who was only tangentially connected to the story was also targeted by Billy, so he probably wasn't expecting it at all. Apollo promptly opened a GoFundMe page and advertised for it on his YouTube channel, with a goal of $10,000. Eventually, whether for financial or other reasons, the page was canceled, along with the prospect of a countersuit against Billy. Supposedly, Apollo and Billy settled out of court, and Apollo agreed to take down any and all videos containing criticisms to Billy and his scores. Apollo eventually posted to his channel's community page, saying, "Today, I made the decision to remove many videos from my channel. I did this to fulfill an agreement I have reached with Billy Mitchell, but also because I thought it was the right thing to do. For your own protection, I ask that you do not republish any of the videos I produced about Billy. As part of our agreement, I have given Billy ownership of these videos. This means he has the ability to remove these videos if they are republished to YouTube or any other public space. Billy and I agree it is in our best interest to make a deal and move on, so that's what we are doing. I will no longer discuss this topic either publicly or privately. If you ask, I will just send you this post. I'm sure many of you will be disappointed with this decision, but I believe as the months pass, you will understand why I did this. Not only were the videos taken down, but Billy was given ownership, so he could strike anyone who reposted the content. Now, I'm not going to get into too many specifics of it, as it's very controversial and dark for the subject matter of this video, but in December of the same year, Apollo took his own life over unrelated matters. Unbeknownst to anyone following the sequence of events that led up until this point, Apollo's passing ended up being a massive crossroads and point of contention for the discussion surrounding Billy and the legitimacy of his high scores. An article on TalkEsport.com, when covering the news of Apollo, implied that Billy was somehow tied to it, which instantly was met with Billy's extreme negative attention, and for good reason. Unsurprisingly, the article was quickly updated, removing the passage which implied some connection and adding a clarifying note. Clearly, this was a hot-button issue that sent Billy into action without a second thought. However, other people didn't make this connection and ended up playing a bit too fast and loose with this association. Case in point, Carl Jobst, who, in the very replies of Apollo's community post about taking down the videos about Billy, suggested Apollo had been intimidated by Billy's legal offensive, saying, "Don't worry guys, I will never back down." In July 2020, Carl Jobst uploaded a video covering the interactions between the Guinness World Records and gaming culture, using how it dealt with Billy's situation as an example of how corrupt it is. To put it briefly, Guinness flip-flopped on whether Billy had cheated or not, first standing with Twin Galaxies, and then changing their position on it with no technical backing when Billy threatened them with a lawsuit. This was actually what Apollo Legend said, almost verbatim, in his videos about Billy. Now, Carl's video wasn't particularly about Billy, but it was more than enough for him to send another legal threat. This one was a lot more humble, asking for a measly sum of $150,000, along with $1,500 of legal costs, a written apology to Billy, first standing with records and gaming culture, using how it dealt with Billy's situation as an example of how corrupt it is. To put it briefly, Guinness flip-flopped on whether Billy had cheated or not, first standing with Twin Galaxies, and then changing their position on it with no technical backing when Billy threatened them with a lawsuit. This was actually what Apollo Legend said, almost verbatim, in his videos about Billy. Now, Carl's video wasn't particularly about Billy, but it was more than enough for him to send another legal threat. This one was a lot more humble, asking for a measly sum of $150,000, along with $1,500 of legal costs, a written apology to Billy, and the deletion of the video. Carl was aware of the way Billy used defamation lawsuits to silence anyone who criticized him, so he immediately fired back by providing his audience with all of the legal documents he had received, followed by a half-hour-long video going into the details of Billy's disputed scores, essentially doubling down on what Billy alleged to be defamatory statements. This was as bold of a move as you can imagine, considering that while this was happening, Carl had recently had a child. But ultimately, this was just the prelude, which led Carl to open a GoFundMe page to try and garner support from people who knew how unfair the circumstance was. Carl's videos about the developments that took place managed to get millions of views, attracting the attention of people like Minecraft creator Notch and Moist Critical, who further brought supporters to his case. Due to how much attention this thing got, it eventually managed to raise all of its 200,000 Australian dollars goal. Last year, Billy Mitchell, star of The King of Kong and proven video game cheater, sued me for defamation, claiming damages of $450,000. In the past year alone, this lawsuit has cost me almost $200,000 to defend, and will cost at least another $100,000 before it's over. The situation is already crazy, but has since gotten much worse, as Billy Mitchell has sent me another defamation lawsuit for another $450,000. So that would mean I will need to defend 2 lawsuits at the same time, both being extremely expensive. But then it gets even worse, because Billy is threatening me with even more lawsuits. These lawsuits are unhinged, and it is highly likely Billy will ultimately lose. But until we go to trial, it requires a lot of money to deal with. I would appreciate any help that you're able to provide, as this affects not only me, but my family as well. Naturally, the more money I'm able to raise, the better my legal defense will be. That's just the way it works. If and when I defeat Mitchell in court, he will likely have to pay back a lot of the costs that I incurred. I will use that money to host a grand gaming tournament in his honor. As Carl didn't cooperate with Billy's demands, the amounts being asked for by the total sum of notices he'd received had gotten up to $900,000. Yet somehow, Carl was clearly confident that this wouldn't pan out in Billy's favor, going as far as to already have plans for the money he'd make from countersuing Billy. I will say that although Carl makes repeated mention of multiple lawsuits, there seems to be only one actual lawsuit, while the others are simply cease and desists and concern notices. At the time, time, things were definitely looking pretty good for him, as Billy lost the previous lawsuit to Cartoon Network, while the ones he levied against Guinness and Apollo, he didn't exactly win as much as they simply gave in. But you might have noticed that I didn't mention the Twin Galaxies lawsuit, and that's because after much deliberation, Twin Galaxies actually managed to win one of their legal battles with Billy, something which was fortunately caught on camera to the enjoyment of the audience that was following the case.
I just this is not what I expected, to be honest.
I understand. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Very unhappy, but have a good day, sir.
I understand.
He managed to win in as much as the work, while the ones he levied against Guinness and Apollo, he didn't exactly win as much as they simply gave in. But you might have noticed that I didn't mention the Twin Galaxies lawsuit, and that's because after much deliberation, Twin Galaxies actually managed to win one of their legal battles with Billy, something which was fortunately caught on camera to the enjoyment of the audience that was following the case.
This is not what I expected, to be honest.
I understand. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Very unhappy, but have a good day, sir.
I understand.
I should note that this was a pro se lawsuit, meaning Billy was advocating for himself instead of having an actual attorney. Simultaneous with his own GoFundMe page, Jobst made another one on behalf of David Race, one of the arcade technicians that Billy hired and promptly fired once he didn't produce the desired findings for him, as well as Jerry for.
Sorry, sir.
Very unhappy, but have a good day, sir.
I understand.
I should note that this was a pro se lawsuit, meaning Billy was advocating for himself instead of having an actual attorney. Simultaneous with his own GoFundMe page, Jobst made another one on behalf of David Race, one of the arcade technicians that Billy hired and promptly fired once he didn't produce the desired findings for him, as well as Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris, the Twin Galaxies forum mods who kind of kickstarted Billy's public downfall. This GoFundMe campaign was also successful, raising 50,000 Australian dollars. Things definitely looked very good for Carl and all of these people, frankly, especially because at the time, the entire public was with them. They saw Billy as a wealthy bully who was trying to intimidate Carl out of talking negatively about him, and they saw Carl as essentially a hero, not only for continuing to criticize Billy despite the current lawfare, but also because he was actually taking this lawsuit on the chin, so to speak. He was trying his best to fight it rather than just settle as some others had done. But slowly but surely, everything fell apart. We got too cocky, Jobst bros. It's over. On May 26, 2021, Carl posted a video called "The Biggest Con Men in Video Game History Strike Again," which covers both Billy Mitchell and the aforementioned Todd Rogers. While his coverage was mostly more of what we've already gone over so far, there was one specific section in which Carl said the following words.
He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress.
And also attached to this claim about Billy's actions contributing to Apollo's death, he also had a set of screenshots of messages between Billy and someone else, where Billy says, "My wife found online. Apollo Legend is dead. No joke. If it is true, I will not shed a tear. I will try my very hardest not to smile or giggle." Oops, was I not supposed to online? Lots of message actions contributing to
ongoing stress.
And also attached to this claim about Billy's actions contributing to Apollo's death, he also had a set of screenshots of messages between Billy and someone else, where Billy says, "My wife found online. Apollo legend is dead. No joke. If it is true, I will not shed a tear. I will try my very hardest not to smile or giggle." Oops, was I not supposed to say that? Like Carl said, these exchanges took place before Apollo had actually passed, even if Billy did think he had passed at the time. Regardless of this though, Carl had made his video just 6 months after Apollo's passing, and for whatever reason, he claimed that Billy had put Apollo in debt and contributed to him taking his own life. This was clearly beyond the pale and unprecedented, even at peak anti-Billy Mitchell sentiment. This was just too far. What's worse is that in the description of Carl's GoFundMe page, he makes no mention whatsoever that the lawsuit was primarily concerned with Apollo's passing, exclusively mentioning Billy's cheating accusations as if that was the motive for the lawsuit. And what's weird about this is that Billy was actually quick to respond on YouTube, which is a very unusual move for him as he rarely posted to his channel.
Jobs released a video downright loaded with false defamatory statements. The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobs outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder. These claims and that story are demonstrably false. They are a total lie. Regardless of anyone's opinion of me or my dispute with Apollo, let there be no confusion. Apollo never paid me any money. I never paid Apollo any money. There was no financial transaction between Apollo and myself ever. Contrary to the Jobs lie, I did not want to ruin the life of a young man with medical problems. That was a major factor in my walking away with no financial compensation whatsoever. Even before we settled, Apollo told people that our dispute was not among the principal problems he faced in life.
Some people who were not fans of Billy whatsoever even speculated that this sudden accusation that Billy somehow pushed Apollo into doing what he did was a deflection from Jobs. You see, back in August 2020, 4 months prior to Apollo's untimely passing, Carl was on Discord saying that he was considering making a Downfall of Apollo Legend video, which 2 months later was posted by Easyscape Speedruns, who gave a special thanks to Carl Jobst, because Carl had helped him with research. In the wake of Billy's response and the community's noticeable shift in sentiment towards Carl, Carl didn't seem to think he made a mistake at all, taking to Discord to say, "Me saying there was a payment in settlement isn't even defamation. LOL. You can't sue someone because they were wrong about something. Well, Mitchell sues anyone for anything. Lol." Along with Carl's response, airsats_cats, a frequent collaborator of his and fellow Billy Mitchell detractor, posted to Reddit saying this. 3 things from someone who has been researching the Billy case extensively. 1, there are sources confirming that there was a significant cash settlement paid by Apollo. At present, I'm not going to publicly identify who those sources are. I'm asking you to trust my word. I'm stating the basis for the claim for those who are curious. 2, Billy is an experienced, unflinching liar. Don't believe his word for a nanosecond, and don't be hypnotized by him waving a stack of papers around. Recall his massive flop of an evidence packet in September 2019, the one that would prove his innocence, and in the end, it was full of garbage. If that paper Billy is holding in his—
We have to listen to this. Holy shit.
hand proved his innocence, he would show us. 3. The video clip Billy includes from Carl's video contains none of what Billy ascribes to it. The clip is fair, relying on the facts. Billy is the one spinning his own narrative, which he then claims is defamatory, while ironically defaming Carl. Now, I'm not sure what sources airsats_cats since he would show us. 3. The video clip Billy includes from Carl's video contains none of what Billy ascribes to it. The clip is fair, relying on the facts. Billy is the one spinning his own narrative, which he then claims is defamatory, while ironically defaming Carl. Now, I'm not sure what sources airsats_cats and Carl have, but it's at this point that we're getting to the core of the problem. Part of why Billy has been chronically mocked by his own community is that he has a deathly clutch to something irrelevant. His reputation as someone with high scores in Donkey Kong and Pac-Man a decade or even decades ago. It is the calling card of every supposed lol cow worth their salt to not be able to just let go and get over people picking on you. The only problem is, by doubling down on their seemingly baseless claims about one highly specific and controversial situation, Carl and company are engaging in the same pointless and ultimately self-destructive behavior. If all they did was explain that he cheated on his scores, that could have been successful in court. But to claim he played a pivotal role in the death of one of his critics is by all means a step too far, and one they should be willing to take back if they were interested in ultimately taking Billy down. Sometimes it's worth it to lose a battle in order to win a war. At the same time, I will say that there were some potential signs of financial hardship surrounding Apollo Legend. A day prior to his passing, he made a GoFundMe page whose description simply read, "Please help my family in their time of need. This money will go directly to my mother to help lift the financial burden created by my passing." Additionally, in early June of 2021, within just a couple of weeks of Carl's video containing the claim that Billy had pushed Apollo to do what he did, Apollo's mother, Carrie, made an update to the GoFundMe page saying this: "Hello all, this is Carrie, Ben's mom. I want to thank you all for your kind words and thoughts of love and support for Ben and his family. We are all grieving the loss of him deeply, and support for Ben and his family. I want to the Billy had pushed Apollo to do what he did. Apollo's mother, Carrie, made an update to the GoFundMe page saying this: "Hello all, this is Carrie, Ben's mom. I want to thank you all for your kind words and thoughts of love and support for Ben and his family. We are all grieving the loss of him deeply, and we love hearing from folks who didn't even know about how he impacted so many people. He was brilliant. He loved playing chess and could solve a Rubik's Cube in under 40 seconds behind his back. He loved animals of all kinds. He made us laugh and think more. He is missed by myself, his brothers and sister, his cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and many friends. Thank you for keeping him in your hearts. Be well and love lots." Although it is pretty heartbreaking to read that, nowhere in there is the mention of a debt incurred by Apollo of any kind, let alone related to legal settlements. There is only the mention by Apollo himself of a financial burden created by his passing, meaning the burden wouldn't be there if he hadn't passed. Regardless of how you interpret this, there isn't any suggestion of what Carl and this other Reddit guy had been referring to. Despite this, Carl felt bold enough to go on Twitter to reiterate that he didn't didn't think what he said in the video was wrong. Later on, Airsats took to his website, Perfect Pac-Man, to further contextualize the developments following Billy's response video, in which he wrote, "Clearly, there were some behind-the-scenes discussions going on at that time, which I can't speak to the specifics of." Soon afterward, the original video with the lengthier passage was restored. However, this restoration was only temporary. During this time, Carl reached out to a relative of Apollo's to seek confirmation of the existence of a financial payment as part of Apollo's settlement with Billy. Apollo's relative was able to locate a copy of the settlement paperwork among Apollo's possessions. While a copy of that paperwork was not provided to Carl at that time, Apollo's relatives indicated their impression that the settlement, as written, did not include any obligation of financial restitution. In other words, while hard public proof is still not available, it is now believed that the earlier claim that Apollo had to pay Billy a bunch of money to end the lawsuit was untrue. Although this is a decent rendition of the ultimate conclusion, Airsats still linked to one of his posts on the TG forums, where he lists out some reasons why anyone could come to the conclusion that Billy and Apollo's settlement had a financial component. First was a Billy Mitchell orbiter who alluded to it, and an anonymous Redditor who deleted his own post, both of which could be completely talking out of their ass and shouldn't really be used as a reliable source, regardless of circumstance. Lastly, there was a supposedly confidential source whose fantasy name was Sam, who suggested that there was a significant payment made from Apollo to Billy as a means of appeasement. But even in Airsats' own explanation, this Sam person was just in Billy's gaming circle, which could mean absolutely nothing insofar as insider knowledge on the exact nature of the settlement. No matter how you cut it, there was simply not enough to go out and publicly say that Apollo paid Billy. 2 months after the video that sparked this issue was posted, Carl commented on the situation in a video that currently sits at nearly 3 million views, where he said this.
Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further, as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was
Oh my god, wait a second, that was 5 years ago? Whoa, what? Dude, I did that I haven't played this game for 5 years? No wonder I'm so bad at it now. I thought that was like 2 years ago. 1 CC turtle in the bag. I mean, I guess not too bad for 5 years and 0 practice. Oh my god. I can't... Forget that I beat it. I can't believe I did my RAF only thing 5 years ago. Dude, I thought that was like 2 years ago at the most. I can't believe that was 5 years ago. You played the Ultimate TMNT hack a lot in that time. Oh, did I?
Shit, let me pull up the chat.
Pay any money. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect. I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos.
Now, while that was as good of a retraction statement as they come, it may have simply come too late. Their legal battle quietly waged on, as both parties became
That's a
mostly
shit
silent for the
statement,
next
dude.
couple of years, which is par for the course for this kind of situation. Carl continued to throw occasional shots at Billy, making fun of him for standing on a paint can to appear taller, although, to my knowledge, Billy Mitchell is already like some kind of towering mutant guy, so it's possible he just wanted the picture to look some kind on a paint can to appear tall, to throw occasional shots at Billy, making fun of him for standing on a paint can to appear taller, although to my knowledge Billy Mitchell is already like some kind of towering mutant guy, so it's possible he just wanted the picture to look better. And he also doubted Billy's claim that his doctor refused service because of the allegations surrounding his Donkey Kong scores. Meanwhile, Airsats refused service because of the allegations surrounding his Donkey Kong. Doubted Billy's claim that his doctor refused service because of the allegation better. And he also doubted Billy's claim that his doctor refused service.
His... Wait, what? What? Yo, what?
Of the picture to look better, kind of tower. And Carl continued to throw occasional shots at Billy, making fun of him for standing on a paint can to appear taller, although to my knowledge Billy Mitchell is already like some kind of towering mutant guy, so it's possible he just wanted the picture to look better. And he also doubted Billy's claim that his doctor refused service because of the allegations surrounding his Donkey Kong scores. Meanwhile, Airsats continued to keep track of Billy's legal developments and update the public on it, notifying that one of Billy's cases cases against David Race could not be tried at all. Although Billy made a few advancements, such as copyright claiming some of the people who used videos of his deposition for his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, by January 2024, this particular lawsuit came to a bit of a surprising end. In a statement they released after analysis from yet another technical expert, Twin Galaxies said, "In fair consideration of the expert opinion provided by Dr. Zaida on behalf of Mr. Mitchell, and consistent with Twin Galaxies' dedication to the meticulous documentation and preservation of video game score history, Twin Galaxies shall heretofore reinstate all of Mr. Mitchell's scores as part of the official historical database on Twin Galaxies' website." While that sounds like a concession buckling under the unrelenting pressure of the Billy Mitchell legal team, the reality kind of lies in that last part, as part of the official historical database. Meaning, Billy's scores aren't going to be counted in the regular rankings, but exclusively included in their archive of how the scores looked in 2014. You can go look at the current Donkey Kong high scores, and even the Pac-Man high scores, and Billy Mitchell is nowhere to be found. For all intents and purposes, his legacy has been wiped from the Twin Galaxies database. Carl Jobst was quick to jump on Twitter to comment on it, saying, "I do truly believe the settlement was a loss for Billy, but I understand people are upset he didn't get the ass kicking he deserves. I'm as upset as anyone about that. Let's hope I can be the one that does it right, sticks it out to the end, and finally puts him in his place." As it turns out, Carl was not the one that did it right. It would be a rocky while until his case involving Billy came to a conclusion, and the interim was quite eventful. Between a hernia and cancer surgery, the death of both of his parents, and a huge spiraling drama related to Bill Carl, the conclusion, and the interim was quite eventful. Between a hernia and cancer surgery, the death of both of his parents, and a huge spiraling drama related to Gerard the Completionist, Carl remained steadfast and expressed again and again that he would not accept anything less than a $400,000 settlement in his favor. Again, extremely bold on his part. By April 2024, his trial date got scheduled, and his confidence only grew, as he said things like, "I've never been more prepared for anything in my entire life. In 3 days, I get to meet the video game player of the century." However, eventually, his tune started to change. I know everyone is wondering about the trial. It isn't finished yet. It is currently adjourned until October. I won't be making any comment on it until the final verdict. Thanks for the support. A few weeks later, Moist Critical came out to say that he was a witness in court against Billy in a video that now has over 2 million views.
They played, I think it was 32 seconds, and it was where I was like, okay, so there's, here, they actually have the quote. Spamming me down Twitter demanding I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you, and it's where I stand on my chair and I fart into the mic.
There was definitely a peak of attention that transcended the Billy in a video that now has over 2 million views.
They played, I think it was 32 seconds, and it was where I was like, okay, so there's, here, they actually have the quote. Spamming me down Twitter demanding I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official
attention that transcended the gaming community. Adjourned until October. I won't be making any comment on it until the final verdict. Thanks for the support. A few weeks later, Moist Critical came out to say that he was a witness in court against Billy in a video that now has over 2 million views.
They played, I think it was 32 seconds, and it was where I was like, okay, so there's, here, they actually have the quote. Spamming me down Twitter demanding I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you, and it's where I stand on my chair and I fart into the mic.
There was definitely a peak of attention that transcended the gaming community, entirely focused on the case of Billy versus Carl. But after Charlie's video, that attention slowly dwindled as the case quietly proceeded. Nearly half a year later, Carl made a series of tweets announcing that the end of the case was soon to come. The judge's decision regarding my trial will be delivered on the 1st of April. Fingers crossed. Win or lose tomorrow, tomorrow, I am proud that I never backed down and never allowed a bully to control my free expression. The amount of support I have had over the past 4 years has been tremendous, and not only have you helped me to defend myself in the best way possible, but you've also made this process much easier on my family, for which I will be forever grateful. Whatever happens, we will continue moving forward, and no fear of tyrants will ever stop me from doing what I believe is right. Here's hoping tomorrow brings good news. The court has decided to stream my decision live on YouTube, so you can watch me win or lose in real time. His entire audience and the followers of Billy Mitchell's misadventures were all reawakened.
randomly got hungry even though I ate food so I wouldn't be hungry. It's weird.
As they waited with bated breath for the resolution, not only because they wanted Billy to lose, but also because Carl had crowdfunded his lawsuit, meaning thousands of people literally had a stake in what happened. However, the fact that the judge's decision was to be made on the 1st of April should have been a sign that sometimes fate plays tricks on all of us. After all of his bravado and confidence, Carl Jobs took to Twitter to announce the result of his case. The judge found Billy to be a credible witness and believed his entire testimony. From that point on, unfortunately, there was really nothing that could have saved me. I will now obviously consider my options. I know many of you will be upset with this, and I am sorry for that. Thank you again for all the support I have received, and I will endeavor to work as hard as I can to repay all that you are owed. There are a lot of lies being spread that I falsely claimed Billy sued me because I said he cheated. I never claimed this. I only claimed it was relevant as part of my defense. I didn't openly discuss certain details for obvious reasons, but I was never trying to hide why I was being sued. Furthermore, I never asked for money when Billy originally sued me. It was only after he sent me a second lawsuit and a threat of a third lawsuit, which were completely unrelated, that I needed to crowdfund. My total legal costs are well over $600,000, so any money I received went to my lawyers. I did not intentionally try to deceive anyone or trick anyone just to defraud them or scam them out of money. But the criticism that I should have been more transparent is valid, and I'm sorry. Truthfully, I didn't want to repeat or mention any claims regarding Apollo Legend because it may have jeopardized my defense. I never intentionally lied regarding Apollo Legend either. I relied on incorrect information from multiple sources. I retracted the statements once I confirmed it was inaccurate, but apparently it was not sufficient. At some point, of course, I will produce a video discussing everything, and I still believe the decision today was not the correct one. Unfortunately, his apology and explanation were not sufficient to quell the raging hatred of the general public, who were, even if unintentionally, led to believe something entirely different would happen. Honestly, however much of a blunder Carl made, I don't want to dog on him too much, especially since I think having to pay well over $500,000 for his mistake is more than a sufficient punishment, to say the least. At the end of the day, he made a pretty terrible mistake, and it cost him dearly. Without condoning or condemning, I understand. Regardless of how malicious, conniving, or dishonest you may think Billy is, there's simply no other way to cut this. Soon after, like he announced in his tweet, Carl made a half-hour-long video about the resolution of his case, where he expresses interest in filing an appeal and trying to change the resolution, even if mildly, such as reducing the fines he'll have to pay for Billy. But the thing is, at this point, Carl had gotten himself in the same issue as Billy. Despite Billy winning, and his victory being reasonable given the circumstances of this particular case, the court of public opinion had already made their minds up about him. Nowadays, unless you're completely unaware of him, even if you think he's right about Jobst, or hell, even if you think he didn't use MAME for his high scores, you may still have a negative connotation of Billy Mitchell due to the various videos about him on YouTube talking about the way he litigates against his detractors. Likewise, even if Carl overturns this resolution somehow and doesn't have to pay any fines, the overall tone of his story as it relates to Billy will always be one of a blunder on his part, and very little else will be remembered. The comments all reflect this, as people say that Carl either purposely or negligently misled his audience to make it out as if it were about his accusations of Billy cheating and not about what he'd implied in regards to Apollo Legend. Whether that's a fair or complete assessment of the situation, I'll let you decide, but that is how it turned out. Out of a somewhat blind compulsion to win, Carl ended up in a similar situation as Billy himself was once in. Even if Billy can't be said to have completely redeemed himself, if that resolution doesn't get overturned, he did end up significantly richer than he was before, and Carl's misconduct served as very effective fuel for the recovery of his public image. If you check the comments on some of Billy's most recent videos, most of them are positive. Whether people think his scores are fraudulent or not, he was now standing on top of Jobs to look better, much like he stood on that paint can. allegedly. The last public comment Carl made on this legal case dates to August 2025, when he made a 2-hour video covering a few more interesting details regarding the ultimate consequences of the lawsuit and clarifying some confusion as to what had been going on since then. After agreeing that the judge's decision was correct, in that he had said defamatory things about Billy, he reinforced not only that the financial aspect of it was excessive, but also that Billy himself didn't exactly win either. You see, Carl declared bankruptcy, which was widely discussed by many video essayists, to the point where some even suggested he was doing something illegal as far as his finances, which is absolutely not true, as Carl goes in depth to explain. What did come from Carl's bankruptcy and financial arrangements is that he only paid a little under $250,000 US in total, which still left Billy in the hole for $500,000 of legal fees. He had offered to pay Billy $300,000 before as a settlement, but Billy wouldn't take it. Carl also adds that him taking part in a lawsuit with Billy gave him a window into certain previously unknown details. And I will extra emphasize here that this is alleged by Carl in his video and not me saying it. According to Carl, Billy was a chronic philanderer who cheated on his first wife for years until they divorced, at which point Billy promptly married his mistress, who filed for bankruptcy in 2001. According to Carl, this mistress turned second wife of his is who actually owned the house that Billy lived in, and the house was mortgaged in 2021, just before Billy initiated his lawsuit against Carl. Meaning, if the two events are related, Billy could be in an even greater heap of debt than initially thought. Ironically enough, as Carl pointed out, this put him and Billy in the same category. Men who, for financial reasons, have their house owned by their wives. The also highly controversial topic of Billy purportedly standing on things to look taller than he is was also gone over by Carl. But I'm not really going to get into it, as that's the kind of highly defamatory statements that could get a man bankrupt. Ultimately, these two are interlocked in the embrace of Pyrrhic victory, an unfortunate gulch from which no one truly benefits.
What's this tune?
Pretty good.
It could have been different, but Billy and Carl, at least to some extent, are men who don't compromise. Not even in the face of Armageddon. Or bankruptcy, whichever comes first. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Game.
New completionist video?
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another brand new episode of The Completionist. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. It really means a lot. Here's to new beginnings and to our future together as a community. Now, I don't think it's necessarily hyperbolic to say that Donkey Kong has changed my life in more ways than I can describe. I've completed every Donkey Kong Country game, most of them several times over, and the connections that I have personally made to the former Rare developers that worked on those games have given me some of the most meaningful moments of my career. That's why when I saw the announcement of a brand new 3D Donkey Kong game from the same team as Super Mario Odyssey, my excitement was indescribable. Now there's a whole horde of stuff to cover here, so I'll do my best to stay focused and try not to smash too many things along the way. Yeah. Throughout the years, Donkey Kong has long been the somewhat neglected counterpart to Mario. Despite being the marquee character in Miyamoto's breakout arcade game, there have been surprisingly few entries in the Donkey Kong franchise, and that gets even more confusing when you consider how few full games the ape has actually started. You've got your arcade classics like Donkey Kong Jr. and the confusing Donkey Kong 3, but up until Donkey Kong Country in 1994, it was a whopping 11 years that DK had been put on ice in favor of the portly, ageless plumber. That is until Rare began their grand masterpiece trilogy of country games on the Super Nintendo, dropping the repeating single-screen stages of the arcade games, keeping practically nothing from that original era besides DK himself and throwing barrels. Now it was all about exploring the world, finding every secret and bonus, and kicking the crap out of crocodiles and bees. Its success spawned numerous Game Boy games, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong Racing, and a disturbing 3D animated cartoon which everyone everywhere is still having a hard time getting over. It rocketed Rare to being a second-party developer with Nintendo, right up until their Microsoft purchase. With that change in ownership, though, came yet another transformation for DK. We then entered the era of the DK Bongos. Spin-offs and party games became DK's stomping ground, and that sucked if you were a big fan of those country games. If you want to crush some rock lobster with one of the most ridiculous peripherals Nintendo has ever made, then Donkey Konga has you covered. Your other option was the completely out-of-its-mind, cocaine-driven Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which I actually covered a few years ago on the show. It's a super unique game that really showcases the creativity at Nintendo Entertainment's analysis and development studio, better known as EAD Tokyo. The Bongos had to die at some point, so in 2010, Retro Studios stepped away from the Metroid Prime trilogy and came forward with DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze respectively. Despite the critical praise and due to no fault of the Wii U's stumbling, the revival of DK was yet extremely short-lived. For another excruciatingly long 11-year span, the DK franchise was once again put on ice, and seemingly for good. That was until Donkey Kong Bonanza was announced at the Nintendo Switch 2 Nintendo Direct premiere, releasing a couple of months later on July 17th. Hot off the success of Super Mario Odyssey, EAD Tokyo was once again taking a swing at Donkey Kong. Far from DK Isle, Donkey Kong joins a mining expedition on Ingot Isle, hearing rumors of golden bananas buried underground. In older games, DK was equipped with barrels, animal buddies, and even some ballistic weaponry to accomplish his singular goal to get banana. Donkey Kong Bonanza instead follows Jungle Beat's lead, so it's just you and these guns. Okay. The main form of traversal is no longer just running and jumping, but instead carving your way through the ground itself with your bare fists. DK punches his way through most of Ingot Isle before suddenly being swept into the air by a giant banana-sucking machine, burrowing into the depths of the planet. Eventually, you'll meet a weird little creature called Odd Rock, later uncovered to be known as Young Pauline. It's also revealed that the group called Void Co. has been stealing all the golden bananas, now called Banandium Gems, to power its giant digging machine. Led by the new villain Void Kong, accompanied by the engineer Grumpy Kong, and the director of intelligence Poppy Kong, DK now must fight against a new breed of reanimated fossil monsters, using his fists and the materials all around him. But your greatest asset in this game doesn't come from rocks, but instead, it comes from Pauline rocking out. Across the underground are 5 elders, big chillin' ancient DJs bringing hot grooves and hot vibes to the inhabitants of their respective layers. DK and Pauline put on a giant concert for each one, and in so, it teaches Pauline a new song. The game is called Donkey Kong Bonanza after all, and these bonanzas will transform DK into a giant animal beast, one of several. You'll find 5 different animal monstrosities to morph into, and each one covers something crazy and unique. There's the Kong Bonanza, turning DK Super Saiyan, with supercharged punches that shoot out shockwaves. The zebra gives you a ton of speed, the ostrich glides long distances while dropping egg bombs, the elephant gives you a gigantic vacuum, allowing you to store and regurgitate
We need to fucking 2 times speed this video. Holy shit, he's just explaining everything about the game that anyone that's played already knows. I mean,
the zebra gives you a ton of speed, the ostrich glides long distances while dropping egg bombs, the elephant gives you a gigantic vacuum, allowing you to store and regurgitate chunks of what you've collected, and the snake gets huge glides long distances while dropping egg bombs. The elephant gives you a gigantic vacuum, allowing you to store and regurgitate chunks of what you've collected, and the snake gets huge jumps with a time-slowing ability. So the first time when I saw these, my initial reaction was, they looked like an abomination to mankind. But once I got my hands on the game, these designs really grew on me. Kind of like the elephant power in Super Mario Wonder. Normally, a 3D platformer wants you to explore every nook and cranny of a level to find every single collectible. DK64 used colored bananas and enemies to help guide you to different parts of the world, and the formula has evolved into key items, secrets, and bonus levels, all being cleverly hidden in places that players would intuitively want to destroy. Every punch sent gold chunks flying everywhere, which would feel tedious to retrieve if it weren't for DK's hand clap, which instantly picks up all the nearby items. It also creates a sonar range for the ground around you. Any nearby bananas, bonus level entrances, or fossils will be shown to you through the world, immediately telling you where to go next.
Didn't the completionist do like a collab?
Sonar range for the ground around you. Any nearby bananas, bonus level entrances, or fossils will be shown to you through the world, immediately.
Didn't the completionist do some sort of... He didn't? Did I just make that up? Oh, he fucking interviewed Reggie Fils-Aimé. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? What?
immediately telling you where to go next. You're still going to decimate everything that crosses your path, but Bonanza manages to guide you towards collectibles without making you miss a beat in your destruction. Now you can smash things for the fun of it, but Bonanza makes sure to reward you constantly with gold, Bonandium chips, and chests containing treasure maps. Gold is useful for loads of things, mainly for recharging your Bonanza meter, but also for buying items at the shops later on. Treasure maps can randomly appear in chests while digging and punching around, but gold can be used to purchase whatever maps you aren't able to salvage. This is just one of the many ways that Donkey Kong Bonanza gives you so many options to play it however you want, and making completion extremely accessible. One of the major complaints about Super Mario Odyssey was that the Power Moons didn't really serve any purpose outside of being a collectible for the sake of collecting things. Donkey Kong Bonanza addresses this with the inclusion of its skill tree. Every 5 Bonandium gems you collect gets you a skill point, which you can then spend to steadily improve all of DK's abilities. On top of that, fossils you find can be spent on outfits and fur colors, and these address yet another complaint about Odyssey's optional clothes. Where Mario's outfits were purely for show, sometimes getting you a few extra moons, neckties for DK and full-on outfits for Pauline both provide all kinds of boosts and perks, like longer Bonanza times or higher drop rates of gold or coins. Fur colors are just for show, outside of a few post-game bananas. So if you want to parade around as a gaudy representation of upper-class oppression, DK Bonanza says go right ahead. For the ties and outfits though, each of their perks feed back into making completion a total breeze. Donkey Kong Bonanza really wants you to fully complete it, and the developers give you every advantage to find and accomplish everything as efficiently as you want without needing to consult any kind of online guides or tutorials. It's a blast to optimize the best methods for farming gold, Bonandium chips, and yes, finding every Bonandium gem in each of the game's 17 different layers. Layers are like worlds or levels if you will. Bananas aren't just found from digging though. Throughout the layers you'll come across several different kinds of challenge rooms, combat challenges, and bonus rooms. Challenge rooms will always contain 3 bananas, feeling like levels picked right out of Mario Odyssey. Combat rooms only contain 1 banana, and bonus rooms are just about getting as much gold as you can. Those bonus and challenge rooms feature huge amounts of gold exploding, buildings falling down, and enemies chain reacting with one another. And it really highlights what makes this a Nintendo Switch 2 game. There's tons of extra flourishes to utilize all the technical upgrades available on the new hardware, like gigantic explosions, debris and shrapnel flying everywhere every time you destroy something as small as a crate, or even from landing on grassy terrain as it reveals the soil underneath. It still looks like a Switch 1 game in some places, and it does drop frames here and there, but the minor hitches never detract from the overall experience. If anything, I actually got a sixth sense of satisfaction out of making the game chug from my own destructive mayhem. What might be my favorite part about this game is the way that it totally bridges the gap between all the Donkey Kong Country franchise at large with Mario Odyssey. The entire flavor of the games feel identical, with colors and characters just looking like they belong together. The Toaster Man and Skull Guy looks like they'd be right at home alongside the ostriches or Fractones. Bonanza stands itself aside from everything else with its weird geometric look at everything. More specifically, everything is bananas. The grass is bananas, the rocks are bananas, even the rays of sunlight shining on your face are bananas somehow. If you don't see a literal banana curve, you're seeing a banana slice with the seeds in the middle, or maybe just the general shape of a bunch of bananas. It's silly at first, but the attention to detail and obsession with somehow making these shapes natural looking is incredibly impressive. In a lot of ways, the juxtaposition between silly and serious is kind of what Donkey Kong is all about. Now, it's impossible to mention the ways this game bridges the gap between Bonanza and the country games without mentioning the side-scroller challenge stages. There's only 3, but each one is a new 2.5D side-scroller stage acting as a pseudo-remake of a stage from DKC 1 or 2. Jungle Japes is recreated with a ton of love, complete with DK's hug at the very start of the stage. And Minecraft Mayhem returns with its fake-out jumps for the secret Bonandium gem. But if you know me, you might know what my favorite moment is. Words cannot describe the joy I experienced seeing this stage. There's a flawless remix of the incredible original song by the one and only David Wise. The barrel mechanics from the original are back with a new twist. The buzzoids are everywhere, just like with the zingers. And there's even hidden passageways behind fake walls. When I first saw this, it was raw euphoria. It was a full Ratatouille moment for me, where I was right back to being a kid playing Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest. Nothing could have prepared me for the wave of emotion and tears that this one bonus level brought me. I don't care if it's fan service, it's tight as hell, and it means the world to me that it's here in this game. The thing is, the fan service isn't just there purely for nostalgia points. The designers are working overtime to capture the mood of all of the country games. An important part of the Donkey Kong games is not only the high-octane moments of action and platforming, but the meditative moments of exploration, giving the player plenty of time to soak it all up and take a breath. So the main layers let you pick through the environment with very few obstacles, giving you an opportunity to let loose to start. As you explore the sub-layers, you'll encounter more enemies, terrain hazards, and eventually navigate complex platforming sections, ending with the area's climactic boss fight. Boss fights were not a highlight in Super Mario Odyssey in my eyes, but Bonanza at least keeps it fun and creative, even though they never really challenged me at any given point. DK and Pauline do their incredible end-of-layer dance, jump down the pit, and Bonanza immediately meets you with the junction layer, providing an imposing sense of both foreboding and calm. The game puts you in a perfect cycle of chill exploration, steady challenges, onto ass-kicking enemies, before giving you a sweet release of open exploration just after a big old boss fight. That's part of what makes the resort layer one of Bonanza's biggest highlights for me. After several boss fights chasing Void Kong around the previous layers, you're left with a lot of lore questions, and are going to be emotionally exhausted at this point, just like DK and Pauline. You'll want a chance to explore, dig around, and kick back on the beach at your own pace. By the time you're moving on again, you'll be ready for the explosive Tempest layer in your next Bonanza transformation. Every beat of Donkey Kong Bonanza is masterfully crafted with the player's experience in mind, not just in the pacing of the gameplay, but also from the storytelling itself. Not only has EAD Tokyo meticulously crafted each layer of the world we've been greedily destroying, they've also built layer upon layer of metaphors, references, and deeply thoughtful tributes and tie-ins to the entire Donkey Kong franchise. Now the levels and gameplay showcase this just fine, but nowhere do these little details shine brighter than in Donkey Kong and Pauline themselves. When you first meet, Pauline is petrified of DK, having just been kidnapped by Void Kong and his cronies. It isn't until DK starts whistling for her that she lets down her guard, and finally joins DK on his journey to the center of the planet. Upon reaching the first Bonanza concert, you get to see that, despite her love of singing, Pauline is petrified of performing in front of crowds. However, as you progress through the game, you get to watch those anxieties slowly melt away at each new Bonanza concert, until the last one has her cheering DK on before they even started. There are lots of moments in between that give Pauline time to shine. Throughout each layer, there are buildable getaway spots that give DK and Pauline a chance to rest, change their outfit, and listen to music you've been collecting along the way. I was always stoked to come across these, since each one has a unique piece of dialogue with Pauline as you both begin falling asleep. Shoutouts to Jenny Kidd, who plays Pauline in this game. She sells every line incredibly well, and she really blew me away with how expressive and silly she was throughout the entire game. It might be something really important, like Pauline reminiscing about her grandmother, or it could be something ridiculous, like Pauline telling you she ate a weird rock today. If you compare this to Cappy from Mario Odyssey, or any of Link's companions, the difference is immediately obvious. She never spoils any puzzles, never gets in your way, and never nags on you. Pauline is a person with needs, wants, fears, and goals. It isn't just cutscenes that show you this either. When you first start, Pauline is there everywhere. Every time DK gets into a barrel, accidentally hits an NPC, or even while fighting enemies. As you progress down through each layer, she relaxes more and more until she's cheering you on with your bloodlust and rage, rampaging in full force. Bonanza is packed with some of the most expressive and lively animations ever featured in a Nintendo game. Throughout the whole game, Donkey Kong is the one cheering Pauline on at every step of the way. He's the first person that Pauline feels comfortable singing around, and that's what fuels his transformations in the first place. Pauline and DK highlight the attention to detail of designers at EAD Tokyo, and that gets cranked up all the way to 11 when you start looking at the lore within Donkey Kong Bonanza. Bonanza. Now, this is your final warning. We're talking full-on spoilers from here on in. I just want to give you all the heads up. In my eyes, the ending twist of Bonanza is one of the biggest surprises I've had with the video game in quite some time, and I think you deserve to experience that as well. Cool? Cool. All right, last call. Ready? All right, let's go. Okay, so can I talk to you about the lore with you real quick? Can I please talk to you about the lore? I've been dying to talk to you about the lore for weeks. The canon timeline. This keeps coming up over and over again in all my research. The canon timeline.
Alright, this might be important. Not sure though.
YouTube, I read Reddit and all my research. The canon timeline. I look at YouTube, I read the Reddit threads, and the whole conversation is about the canon. And I keep hearing people say, oh, don't worry about the canon, it's just a monkey video game. Stop taking it so seriously. But I have synced it. I have synced behind the veil. I know what they're hinting at here. I saw the ending with King K. Rool. I read the dialogue in the Planet Core. I saw everything. I've talked to Cranky, and I knew that it couldn't just be purely for fan service. So I decided, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. So I asked
Why does
myself,
that happen?
how many games are being referenced here? We know that Nintendo EAD developed Jungle Beat, but despite the similarities between banana eating and punching, Bonanza doesn't really care about the lore in anything after Donkey Kong 64. So we're talking about DKC 1, DKC 2, DKC 3, and DK 64. DK Bonanza is a sequel to Donkey Kong 64, and at the same time, it is a prequel to Super Mario Odyssey. Come here. Okay, Diddy, Dixie, together, boyfriend or girlfriend, related, we don't know, but they're here and explicitly mentioned the events of DKC 1 and 2. They both talk about it, and basically that confirms that number 3 is also canon. DK Island is also mentioned several times, and Donkey Kong 64 is the last game with King K. Rool and DK Island. But how do we know that the Pauline in this game is the same as the one from Odyssey? Perfect, simple answer. The grandma. See, that grandma is the lady from the original Donkey Kong arcade.
What is going on in
Dog
this
City
game?
is also in Bonanza. We know that it takes place before Odyssey because young Pauline grows up to be the freaking mayor. The big concert you see in Odyssey, that's little 13-year-old Pauline's dream finally being fulfilled. You still follow me? Good, because we got a long way to go. We gotta go deeper.
Okay, so K. Rool is trapped in the Forbidden Lair, and the Kremlings are trapped in the planet Core, right? How do they get there? Well,
What do you
Bonanza only
mean?
gives you little breadcrumbs to nibble on about its world, so some people...
Dude, what the fuck are you supposed to do there? Okay. I hope I wear it. I mean, it's not equipment. So that's what I'm confused about. Is like, how the fuck do you know if I'm like, how do I know if I'm wearing it? I'm trying to understand this. Am I wearing it or not? There's no indication. We'll see. I don't know, man. Okay, I guess I'm wearing it.
People say that the lore doesn't really matter at all, and the game doesn't care about the Donkey Kong canon at all.
Okay. So we're all supposed to believe that it's just like Breath of the Wild and that the references to the old games are just references. No. That's exactly what they want you to think. Let's start with what we know 100% for sure, okay? At some point between Donkey Kong 64 and this game, King K. Rool warns about the Bananian loot and journeys to the center of the earth with the Rock and Blue Frazier. Ona gets stuck in Bananian goo, trapping the Kremlings in the layer underneath him, but that invites a bunch
bunch of this game. King K. Rool learns about the Banandian root and journeys to the center of the earth with the Rock 64 and this game. King K. Rool learns about the Banandian root and journeys to the center of the earth with the Rock and Brendan Fraser. Ona gets stuck in Banandian goo, trapping the Kremlings in the layer underneath him, but that invites a bunch of different questions, like how did they become fossilized Banandian monsters in the layers above? How did King K. Rool even get trapped by the Banandian root? How did Void Kong get involved, and where did his company even come from? Based on this loading screen art that you see on your screen right now, Void Kong, okay, sorry, I ran out of room on the whiteboard. I only have so much room. We actually get to see his origin, but only for a brief moment. He began as a simple miner, presumably on Ingot Isle, with the loading screen flavor text saying that he ran a struggling mining company, and while digging, he stumbles across some of the Banandian root, kickstarting his company's success. If we are going with the themes of corporate greed and industrialization that Bonanza constantly explores, then we can extrapolate just a little bit and say that Void Co. is an energy company harvesting Banandian roots to be processed into Banandian goo to fuel the company's machines and profits. Stay with me, folks. We're going deeper.
This is supported by the huge factory in the...
What the fuck? Why was he so quiet there?
Energy company harvesting that we can extrapolate just
a
little bit and say that Void Co. is an energy company harvesting
produces low
goods to be processed into Banandian goo to fuel...
Dude, what? Just increase the volume, dude. What the fuck?
Company's machines and profits. Stay with me, folks. We're going deeper.
This is supported by the huge factory in the canyon layer, which
Why do you
produces
have to
loads of
fucking
waste
record it
dumped
like
into the
that? You
landfill
could've
layer.
just
As for
had it
who is running the
loud if you did
facilities
it
and
normally.
reanimating the Kremling
Alright.
fossils, it's gotta be Void Co. and Void Kong. Another loading screen says that Void Kong mind controls the fossils and other inhabitants to replace his struggling workforce.
That leads to another question, though. Why are the Kremlings
He's just so
fossilized in the
fucking
first place?
quiet
Well,
when
it's
he
been
does
26
this.
years since
What the fuck is he doing?
No 64. That time gap could explain why King K. Rool and the Kremlings weren't in the Returns games or even Jungle Beat. Him and all of his cronies were underground, digging for buried treasure.
He needs to
Very
get
likely
canceled
the factories
again.
and the refineries weren't originally built by Void Co., but actually by King K. Rool and the crew long before the events of Donkey Kong Bonanza.
The first time you see Cranky Kong, you think, oh, what a funny bit. He just repeats the same lecture over and over again. Hilarious, right? Wrong. You'd be dead wrong. If you're paying attention, you'll notice that in each new layer, you get a little bit of new lore added to his lecture. A sort of blink and you'll miss it moment. When you finally reach the end of the game, after you've already freed King K. Rool, Cranky Kong reveals that he knew all along that K. Rool was the real villain. In fact, he'd been saying he knew the true culprit from the very beginning. Not only this, but Cranky also reveals that K. Rool was behind everything in Bonanza. The machines, using Banandium as a literal fossil fuel, even the crocoids throughout every layer.
And that's the big secret to everything in all of this. The underground world is infested with Kremlings, and every layer contains traces of their deconstruction all over the place. King K. Rool was actively exploiting the natural resources of the underground and just got trapped in his own process. He got lost in the sauce. He got lost in the sauce.
K. Rool has built factories that leak pollution into the environment in every game where he's been the villain. So why wouldn't he do the same here? This also explains why the underground is littered with pirate chests, treasure maps, and Kremlin green crates. If this is the case though, then some or all of Void Co's technology was actually developed by the Kremlings. And this Banandium goo that they use to power their devices is exactly what trapped King K. Rool in the first place. That hardened Banandium rot is the very thing that prevented him from reaching the Banandium root in the core. Pauline singing activates Banandium, so that means the Void Tape sealing stuff up throughout the game is also made from the same material that trapped King K. Rool in hardened Banandium in the Forbidden Layer. King K. Rool got greedy and screwed himself over right before reaching the end.
Alright, let's go over the actual plot of Donkey Kong Bonanza if everyone at home is paying attention, okay? After being defeated in Donkey Kong 64, King K. Rool learns about the Banandium root underground and takes his Kremlin crew to excavate it from the planet core. While they're digging to the core, they come across all the layers in between, uncovering the industrial applications for processed Banandium root, building a litany of factories to process the golden Banandium gems. They even harness Banandium for weaponry, infusing Kremlings with it to become more dangerous, as you can see in the planet core, where they maintain their powers from their fossilized forms. However, after King K. Rool is trapped in the Forbidden Layer, all the technology is buried and sealed away, literally rotting. And in the upper layers, all that's left of the Kremlings is just reanimated fossils of themselves. But the Kremlings beneath King K. Rool are perfectly preserved in the planet core, just waiting to be freed. And at some point after the Kremlings are trapped, Void Kong discovers the root and some amount of the old Kremling technology. Consumed by his greed, he uses his newfound energy source to skyrocket Void Co's profits, employing Grumpy Kong and Poppy Kong to help him expand his dong. He restarts all of the old factories and reanimates the fossilized Kremlings to aid in finding more Banandium Bananium gems, collecting golden bananas along the way to fuel his planet brewing machine. But how does Pauline get involved in all of this? Well, if Pauline's grandmother was known for her singing, like Pauline says she was, then she would probably be the only human that the Kongs really know about. If Void discovered that human singing can activate Bananium, then it makes sense that he kidnapped the only singing human he'd know, possibly even mistaking Pauline for her grandmother. They seal her up in Void tape and plan on letting her out once they reach the Forbidden Lair. And that's where all of our single-minded ape friends show up, including Donkey Kong himself. DK smashes his way through Void Kong, stealing gems before Void is bizzle-popped from the plot by King K. Rool, making way for the Crocodile King to immediately take his rightful place as the one true real villain of this game.
I know. It's a lot. But that's pretty much my best explanation for the entire underlying plot that is Donkey Kong Bonanza. There's definitely more here since there's more flavor text in this game than your average Dark Souls title. But I think you all get the idea. No reference was an accident or a mistake. The designers of Donkey Kong Bonanza put a lot of thought into how all of this goes together and really wanted to encourage players to figure it out for themselves. Now, while there's plenty of retconning of the older games here, it's clear that the writers did try to follow some kind of continuity within the series. In the same way that the first Donkey Kong Country game tells the story of King K. Rool trying to colonize and pollute DK's islands and natural environments, Bonanza has its own hidden subplot with themes of corporate greed, petty leadership sniping, and CEOs repeatedly devaluing their workforce, treating them not just as worthless, but easily replaceable. It's a lot of fun to pick at this bit by bit, finding every little hint the developers left behind for players to find, and especially recontextualizing all the weird stuff that might have just seemed like a cheeky reference at first. Nintendo definitely wanted you to have an icebox moment with the entire game after seeing the twist in the planet core, and that's why nobody wants to accidentally spoil new players. All of this just enhances the great story that's here, and some of the best moments are right at the very end.
Upon reaching New Donk City, Pauline stays behind and the two are separated in a bittersweet farewell. I was somehow emotionally invested when Donkey Kong put his lust for bananas aside to consider what Pauline wants. EAD Tokyo gave Donkey Kong complex emotions, and I can't believe that this isn't a joke here. Pauline stays behind and DK leaps towards his simple yet equally valued dream, giving the game a twist on the message. Prior to this, I really thought it would just be a simple story of overcoming shyness, but it goes one step further. By not getting her concert immediately, Pauline finds a sense of fulfillment from within, and for the first time in the story, somebody puts their own dreams aside. She had her dreams fulfilled already, after all, and she did so herself. After the credits, DK is dumped back into Ingot Isle for the post-game, but now without Pauline, making for a surprisingly sad send-off. When you first start Donkey Kong Bonanza, you're just decimating everything in sight, eviscerating the landscape with your raw strength. DK feels unstoppable. And yet, after the credits rolled here, you smash through a wall exactly the same way when the game started, and you're immediately met with the revamped Ingot Isle, filled with new collectibles and challenges. Challenges that, without Pauline and her Bonanza transformations, seem impossible.
Now that loss stings, and you feel the emptiness throughout the gameplay. When Pauline rejoins you at the Bonanza rehearsals, you're immediately flooded with a sense of comfort and relief. The story might be simple on paper, but seeing the characters go through everything with so much life and expressiveness just makes this story engaging in every step of the way.
Donkey Kong Bonanza has become one of my new favorite 3D platformers of all time, topping Odyssey in ways that I did not think were possible. Donkey Kong Bonanza is designed from top to bottom with completion in mind. The game tracks 100% completion in 3 parts, each denoted by 3 stars you can obtain on your save file. The first one's pretty straightforward. Reach the end of your main story, and then you'll get your first star. The second star comes from completing all of the Bonanza Elders' final rehearsal stages, ending with the Great Harmonial's final rehearsal. The challenge rooms are usually where Bonanza hides its toughest challenges, and that's especially true when you reach these rehearsals. Each rehearsal requires that you've collected a certain number of the game's Bonandium gems, but by the time I got to the post-game, I had way more than enough for all of them. So unless you're not collecting as you go, you should be fine to do them right away. These rehearsal stages are extra long challenges where you remain in one of your 5 Bonanza transformations the entire time, putting every ability to the test. These can be a bit challenging, but do not forget that every single one of these rehearsal stages includes hidden balloons. Getting all of the balloons will then unlock a secret track that you need to get for your collection. But the true challenge comes in the last bit of the game, from the final rehearsal to a bunch of different battles and even a boss rush. Each of these final levels are essentially a perfect run where dying sends you all the way back to the very start of the stage, and each one contains the game's toughest puzzles, enemies, and several of the most well-hidden Bonandium gems. The final rehearsal puts every Bonanza transformation to the test, but reaching the end rewards you with all 5 elders jamming out, complete with a Super Mario World style "Congratulations" written in gold. The boss rush isn't all that challenging, but still presents a few interesting twists, like the green goo monster from the Feast Layer. Plus, you do get to see Diddy, Dixie, and Cranky Kong cheering you on. Bonanza's most difficult challenge has got to be the bunch of battles, and that's because of the timer on each combat scenario. Running out of time is far more likely to kill your run than just simply taking hits, and this did take me a few tries and some careful planning. Of course, all of these challenges contain bananas, so if you're going for that 100% completion, they're all going to be required. In order to unlock the bunch of battles and the boss rush, you'll need a good amount of gold, and that means grinding a little bit at some point in your journey. I found it to be easy and fairly relaxing, since once you unlock the master skills for each Bonanza form, they all give you the ability to turn their surroundings into gold. This gets you to get all of the gold you've ever needed for those expensive post-game purchases pretty quickly. Found myself in a zen-like state, just sucking up the entire landful layer over and over again. The second star also gets you the last of Pauline's post-game outfits, and these make getting that final star a breeze. That third star requires obtaining all 777 Bonandium gems, 696 fossils across each layer, and 110 music discs that are randomly dropped when killing enemies, completing certain tasks or challenges, or finding those balloons in those rehearsal layers. If you're going for full completion, you'll need to fully utilize all those outfits and ties for DK and Pauline. DK has ties that can boost the drop rates for both gold and the chips, while Pauline's Diva Dress doubles your chances for receiving the music discs. The nice thing about the Diva Dress is that you can also obtain it by scanning the Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo, giving you access to this perk far earlier in your adventure. This is helpful for sure, but I'm just glad that no collectibles or content were paywalled or kind of put away behind amiibo function. All it does is give you another way to optimize your playthrough, and that's pretty good. Bonanza gives you so many options for completion that it becomes super easy to find your own way to get everything. As for completion rewards, you'll get to them after reaching different milestones. This does mean you won't receive a super huge reward for truly doing everything in the game, but I do appreciate the approach of doling out rewards as you progress. Beating the game will reward you with the Bonandium gold fur color, the mining cap from the very beginning of the game, plus the gold mining gear for Pauline. Collecting gold is the name of the game for completion, so doubling the amount of gold you collect is a fantastic endgame reward to help you push that 100% in the end. Grumpy Kong will have several construction projects for you to purchase in the new version of Ingot Isle, which is how you get access to both the bunch of battles and the boss rush challenges. The last of these, however, is to spend a staggering 120,000 gold for Ingot Isle to finally be fully rebuilt. Doing this, however, will reward you with not only the invisibility tie from Poppy Kong, but also the glorious gigantic golden Donkey Kong statue, with a golden banana sitting right at the top. It's fun to destroy and get gold, but at this point, you don't need it anymore. Completing all the rehearsals will reward you with the Diva Dress, Pauline's outfit from Mario Odyssey if you have not used the amiibo. It's fun to get 1,000 gold for Ingot Isle to finally be fully rebuilt. Doing this, however, will reward you with not only the invisibility tie from Poppy Kong, but also the glorious gigantic golden Donkey Kong statue, with a golden banana sitting right at the top. It's fun to destroy and get gold, but at this point, you don't need it anymore. Completing all the rehearsals will reward you with the Diva Dress, Pauline's outfit from Mario Odyssey if you have not used the amiibo, along with the extra happy ending where Pauline finally gets to perform the song she spent all of the rehearsals brainstorming, and DK is right there cheering her on. After your third star, that ending will slightly change, adding inhabitants from each of the game's layers. Your third star, that ending will slightly change, adding inhabitants from each of the game's after your third Pauline's audience. Now, there is one last task that isn't counted in the 3 stars, but is still tied to a reward somehow. Maxing out your skill tree is the final task for completion, which requires purchasing an extra 223 bananas from the Bananium chip shops. Doing so will cap out your banana count to exactly 1,000, providing the final completion reward. You get your red balloons replaced with the design of DK's head, just like in the country games. It's a small touch, but combined with all the other rewards, it makes for a beautiful final nod to Rare's entries, and I was very happy to see it. Now, typically this is where the video would end, I'd give my rating and we'd move on. However, literally about a week or two ago, to my surprise, DLC showed up. On September 12th, Nintendo shadow dropped the new Emerald Rush DLC, bringing with it DK Island, a location that was suspiciously missing from the base game. This new version of the island feels like it has a reference to just about every major DK game, like the hole at the top of the summit from the end of DKC Returns, the minecarts that run in and around the cliffs, a wrecked Kremling pirate ship. Even the ridiculous DK bongos are here. Cranky, Diddy, Dixie, Ramby, and Squawks are all here and can be moved around for you to pose for photos around the island. It feels like the island is littered with the history of Donkey Kong's various eras, connecting them all, creating one cohesive Donkey Kong world. However, the real meat and potatoes of this DLC is the new Emerald Rush roguelike game mode. Void Kong is back from the main game, hiding in disgrace on his wrecked dirt pile driver.
What?
Void recruits DK and Pauline to collect emerald ore across most of the layers from the base game. You're dropped into a set of either 6, 10, or 15 rounds depending on your difficulty, with each one containing a quota for how much emerald you need to collect in order to continue and complete the final round. Emerald ore takes the place of all of the gold located throughout every single layer. And this is where the roguelike element comes in. At the start of every run, DK is stripped of all of his upgrades and abilities, and you'll steadily regain them through a mix of random drops and selectively spending your chips on your now empty skill tree. Bananas and fossils will reward emerald ore, but more importantly, will also bring in new perks such as multipliers to killing specific enemies, using certain bonanza attacks, destroying terrain. On the higher difficulties, even your bonanzas are taken away and put into the rotation. That means that if you aren't able to get a specific transformation depending on the layer, you need to either start over or pivot on your feet to try and recover your run. Those harder difficulties bring way higher emerald quotes after all, so you've really got to know the layers like the back of your hand and make sure you're selecting your bonuses and perks deliberately and planning accordingly. It isn't just the timer in each round complicating the gameplay either. You'll continuously be given smaller challenges in the form of void tasks. These tasks can involve destroying emerald chunks, killing all the enemies in a certain area, or even just high-fiving any NPC around you. These can randomly appear on any sub-layer of a layer, and that might mean trekking all the way from the very start to the pit at the end. Another new addition comes in the form of warp barrels, which can either teleport you to any of your checkpoints or even shoot you straight into the air. The twist is that these barrels are consumable and you'll only get more as a reward for completing a round or getting more added in the form of a perk. All of this makes for a super fun twist on the normal collectathon gameplay from the main game with a shocking amount of content. Every run becomes a big speedrun challenge, racing between every collectible and emerald source, with your points between runs spent on new perks, taking perks out of circulation, or even new outfits. It's such an insane amount of new content that my playtime completing this DLC basically tripled when in comparison to the main game. Where the base game in Donkey Kong Bonanza took me roughly 25 to 40 hours to complete, this DLC pushed my playtime well over 80 to 100 hours. There's no question that there is easily enough content here to justify the new price tag, but only if you like these roguelike modes. If you don't like these roguelike modes, then this might be a waste of time for you. Emerald Rush transforms Bonanza into an entirely different game, and I had a blast optimizing my runs through every single layer. Unfortunately, this fun just doesn't hold up through completion, however. There are 7 difficulties across several layers, and completing the hardest difficulty doesn't count for the easier ones like it normally would in a game like Mario Kart. You need at least A rank on all 7 difficulties per layer. That's 15 to 45 minutes per run, and that's assuming that every run is successful. Each run rewards you with
this guy talking about at this point.
You don't hear well over 80 to 100 hours. There's no question that there is easily enough points between runs spent on new perks. All of this makes for a super fun twist on the normal collectathon gameplay from the main game with a shocking amount of content. Every run becomes a big speedrun challenge, racing between every collectible and emerald source, with your points between runs spent on new perks, taking perks out of circulation, or even new outfits. It's such an insane amount of new content that my playtime completing this DLC basically tripled when in comparison to the main game. Where the base game in Donkey Kong Bonanza took me roughly 25 to 40 hours to complete, this DLC pushed my playtime well over 80 to 100 hours. There's no question that there is easily enough content here to justify the new price tag, but only if you like these roguelike modes. If you don't like these roguelike modes, then this might be a waste of time for you. Emerald Rush transforms Bonanza into an entirely different game, and I had a blast optimizing my runs through every single layer. Unfortunately, this fun just doesn't hold up through completion, however. There are 7 difficulties across several layers, and completing the hardest difficulty doesn't count for the easier ones like it normally would in a game like Mario Kart. You need at least A rank on all 7 difficulties per layer. That's 15 to 45 minutes per run, and that's assuming that every run is successful. Each run rewards you with rating points on your Void Kong employee card, with various rewards for unlocking various point totals. This is how you unlock each of the layers. More perks randomly appear in your pools, plus the new DLC outfits and music discs added to the game. Those outfits, however, only get you bonuses in Emerald Rush though, so they're just costumes at the end of the day. At 10,000 points total, you'll finally get a rematch with Void Kong, making for a really cool secret final boss with a ton of health. Now, a lot of people find this fight to be super tough, but just like all the boss fights in the main game, I absolutely obliterated him pretty easily in one try. The fight is still pretty cool, but there's no dialogue or story context to any of it. Suddenly, you'll see a new menu option that says, "I should fight Void," and beating him just puts you right back where you started. No context, no reasoning. In a game where everything has some kind of story or lore explanation, it's pretty anticlimactic if you ask me. Topping it all off though, after clearing each and every individual difficulty on every single layer, you receive absolutely nothing for your efforts. We are so back, folks. We are so back. Giving your leftover Bonandium chips to Squawks the Bird will generate you several statues. Just about every character in Bonanza has a statue, and they're displayed all over DK Island. You'll see all the elders, every kind of fractone, the crocoids, all the kremlings, and even yet another golden statue with DK and Pauline together to celebrate that you've got them all. As for the statues themselves, they look cool, but just like the outfits you unlock, obtaining all of them gets you nothing besides just kind of having them. Now, there is one last weird collectible or puzzle in the DLC. In the floating island above DK Island, you will see the Bandanium Tome, a banana-shaped fractone giving you 8 coded riddles to solve. This is a puzzle straight out of the game Fez, where you need to decode the language to figure out what sequence of button presses and actions you need to take for each solution. Now, I'll be real, this isn't really worth the effort that's needed for this. If you're the rare breed of person that enjoys completing Fez without some type of walkthrough, this is for you. Unlike Fez, though, I'll be real, this isn't really worth the effort that's needed for this. If you're the rare breed of person that enjoys completing Fez without some type of walkthrough, this is for you. Unlike Fez, though, your reward for cryptographic decoding isn't a mysterious lore revelation, or even a new ending, or anything close like that. It's just a new necktie that randomly cycles DK and Pauline's outfits as you play. You wouldn't even be able to see that you're really wearing this tie, but at least you get something for solving all the puzzles. And that kind of sums up the entire DLC for me, honestly. It's all a ton of fun, and there's plenty of creative new ideas to feel like a genuine twist on the base game. The nostalgia points of DK Island are awesome, and the Emerald Rush game mode feels like a natural fit for Bonanza, to the point of becoming an entirely different game. However, when you go into beyond playing it casually into trying to complete everything, you'll quickly find that Emerald Rush is just a confusing slog that goes nowhere. It's a massive time sink that doesn't really complement the main game. As someone who leans to try to becoming an entirely different game. However, when you go into beyond playing it casually into trying to complete everything, you'll quickly find that Emerald Rush is just a confusing slog that goes nowhere. It's a massive time sink that doesn't really complement the main game. As someone who is obsessed with Bonanza, this game mode was almost made exclusively for me, but its completion flaws prohibit anyone from really enjoying it all the way through from start to finish. A lot of folks wondered if this was just content from the main game that was cut, only to be sold back to you for $20 later on. And I really don't think that way. The sheer amount of new content in Emerald Rush makes it stand out significantly from the base game, and the new features for. feel unique enough for the DLC. However, DK Island, the Fractone Riddles, and all the bonus rooms definitely feel like they could have been cut from the main game to help the DLC feel more substantial. When the base game is such a wonderful and rewarding journey to 100% complete, it stings way more to say that this DLC is best avoided unless you've seen and done everything and desperately want more of DK and Pauline.
Despite my mixed feelings on the DLC, I don't want that to take away from just how much I really enjoyed Donkey Kong Bonanza. I have spent so many years missing the country games, but more importantly than that, missing the era of Rare's Donkey Kong's interpretations of the character in the franchise specifically. Donkey Kong Bonanza fulfills everything I could have possibly wanted in a true revival following in Rare's footsteps. And I was hooked on this game until the very last moments of the game itself.
They would never make this shit.
Now, I loved endlessly collecting items, but the story and the lore are some of my biggest highlights coming out of this. The hidden subplot with King K. Rool and Voidco is surprisingly complex, and all the different inhabitants of the layers have interesting backstories. And more importantly, Pauline and DK's personal journeys were genuinely heartwarming all the way to the very end. They're both expressive, animated, and filled to the brim with emotions that leave you forgetting the simple fact that you're just a gorilla that wants bananas. Genuinely, I couldn't ask for anything more for an ideal Donkey Kong game for me. And this game instantly became one of my main contenders for Game of the Year. If you're a fan of DK, and especially the country games, Bonanza is for you. I cannot recommend it enough, especially if you're going for that full 100% completion.
Nothing like it.
Just avoid the DLC. At least I would. So, with that in mind, guys, I give this game my completionist rating of completed.
At all.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Complete it!
Holy fuck, he said avoid the DLC entirely. No, I will never fucking complete that game.
That was an abrupt ending, dude. That was fucked up. That was a fucked up, abrupt ending, dude. got a video request to watch. Let me see.
Stanley, this is Kyle. Hi, is this Stanley?
Speaking.
Alright.
We'll watch that.
Hi, is this Stanley?
Speaking.
Hi, Stanley, this is Kyle. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good.
So how's your day off?
It's pretty good, you know. Just chilling, watching some TV now. What are you doing?
Well, I'm still at work for just a little while longer. What you thinking?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Well,
You still want to come over?
do you still want to play?
I think we could have fun.
Huh?
Yeah, I think we could have fun. Definitely.
What is it you'd like to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do? You tell me first.
Oh, I'll play with your ass.
Huh?
I'll play with your ass and finger fuck it and lick it and whatever.
Yeah?
What do
Well,
you want?
That's exactly what I want you to do.
What do you want to do?
Everything.
Really? You've been looking at my cock picture again?
I have. Quite a few times.
And you're horny?
A little bit. Especially listening to you.
Huh?
I said especially listening to you.
Wow. Are you, hard as a rock right now?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're making me.
I'm glad.
So what, would we play at your house?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Sounds like fun. How far are you from 635?
How far am I from 635?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's 635?
LBJ, you're in Plano, right?
Yeah.
So if I bring 75 north, what exit?
I don't know. You'd probably have to map quest it. I don't know driving directions.
Okay, because I'm down here at City Place, just off 75.
You're just off the 75? Okay.
Yeah. If I could bring 75 north, I just need to take care of map question, like you said. What's the address?
It is 434.
Yeah, how many platforms is this game on? Because I know I want to play the NES game, but I don't know what else it's on, right? It's on NES, Master System. It's on DS? Really? What the fuck?
And it's different.
Easy.
Once again, how many times are they gonna remake
Just look at this guy just floating over a building. As each game starts up,
How many times are they gonna remake this game? What the fuck? Is S the most remade game ever? Tetris? Oh, okay. I guess it makes sense. I don't. That's more like a port, though. That's not like a remake, dude. Jeez, that's not a remake. What's this look like on Famicom? Holy fuck, it's slow. Interesting. I mean, I would play that. The first English version of this game. Oh shit, the music is good. Damn. Some good music. Japan exclusive SM music. Can I find this one? I think is this one. That's not the tune I was looking for. Oh, this one. Dude, that has to be... What the fuck? It's one of the best... It's one of the best Sega Master System tunes I've ever heard in my life. Okay, I mean this one's good. This one's good. I don't know, like I could easily listen to the Master System one over this. Oh fuck, it's Yuzo Koshiro? Oh my god, is that why? Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh my god, he did the Sega Master System one. That dude is a fucking legend. Wait a minute. Master System. It says he didn't necessarily do that. Oh, handled by Sega. Okay. So he didn't actually do that one himself. Surprisingly. MSX might be good as well. Wait, this one doesn't sound as good. I'm wasting time kind of, but also not really. This is related to what I'm doing right now. Is 65535 the max number? Probably. PC Engine. Is 6535 highest PC Engine can count? Alright. Highest value for a 16-bit unsigned integer. Oh. Alright, MSX version. MSX. It's fast. There's no way that... Okay, yeah, there's just a bit different looking. Alright, back to the game. Oh, wait, no, we're gonna listen to this as well. Forgot about that, we're in the middle of listening to that.
High Point Drive.
2 words or one, High Point?
2 words.
Okay. Is it just High Point or is High Point with an E?
Nope, just High Point.
Okay, and that's Plano?
Yep, and then 75094.
Now, we're not going to get caught, are we?
No.
Since you're so young, I got to take some extra special
No, I understand. I understand.
caution.
I hear you.
Because I don't need to be labeled a pedophile.
No, definitely not. Definitely.
I'm a nice guy.
I believe it. You sound like a very nice guy.
You want to experiment? I'll let you experiment. That's
I
what my 8
definitely
inches
do.
is for.
I definitely
And
do.
that's what my 8 inches are for. Just don't you come before I get there.
I'll try not to.
What do you mean, try not to? You better have a load for me.
I certainly
Hey,
will.
listen, I got your phone. Can I call you when I'm ready to leave?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because I gotta be here at least till 6:30 probably now.
Okay.
I had to stop along the way, or I had to talk to a few people, so I didn't stay on task like I needed to. But I need to get back on task so I can get things done. So I'll give you a call when I'm about to leave.
Sounds good.
And like I said, don't get too horny. What you gonna do? Greet me at the door naked?
I'll try to.
Ha 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 ha! You think the neighbors will see?
We can work on that. I'll see what I can do.
The neighbors don't need to see you naked.
No, I know. I only want you to.
That's fine. So you can be in something skimpy, and I'll take care of the rest.
Sounds good.
Because I'll have to be fully dressed, you know that.
Yeah.
All right, let me call you, and I'll get this map quested, because I need to check my email, too.
Okay. Sounds
So
good.
I will see you soon.
Okay, talk to you later, Stanley.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, here we. What the fuck is this commentary? Why is he? That shit is crazy good. Let's watch this guy get caught, though. I didn't know what happens now.
The teacher. What have you been doing this week?
I had a feeling he was the teacher.
Definitely not this.
Police department, get on the ground! Just lost my job.
This can ruin me. My principal's gonna be so shocked.
And you'll meet other men with surprising professions.
Because I've successfully taught school for 23 years.
23 years.
But not so surprising excuses.
I thought that the person was joking around.
Well, they have turned the mix on.
Back at the house, Perverted Justice is getting ready for the next potential predator. He's also in his 50s.
All right, I'm gonna hang up. I'll run down and I'll meet you at the door.
Dan, an actor Dateline hired, is pretending to be a 13-year-old boy.
Okay, he should be making the turn on Westminster and onto High Point.
He's been on the phone giving directions to our next visitor.
How you doing, Stanley? Doing good? Tough drive?
A little bit.
He's 54-year-old Stanley Kendall. Using the screen name Stanimac12, he initiates a chat with a decoy posing as a 13-year-old boy. Just 3 minutes later, Stanimac12 says, "I would like to play if possible." The decoy asks, "Like what?" Stanimac describes in graphic and very specific detail what he wants to do with the boy sexually. The decoy acts a bit shocked.
Oh my god, I never have done anything yet.
Would you like to?
I don't know.
I like younger guys to play with. Do you want to play or try?
Oh, okay. I'm 13 though. That cool with you?
As long as you don't call the police.
A little later, the potential predator sends a photo of his genitals and asks the decoy,
"Do you want to play with it?"
Well, only if you're nice to me, and don't make fun of me if I don't do something right.
Of course, I can teach you by doing it to you.
Oh my God.
Ironically, it turns out that teaching is something the man now entering our house knows a lot about.
Here, let me get you a drink. You thirsty? No?
Wait, I died.
Pour one for
Wait,
myself? Mine?
wait,
No?
wait,
All right.
wait. Am I screwed? No, I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine.
Thirsty? No? Can I pour one for myself? Mine? No? All right. So what do you think we should start with?
What are you thinking?
I don't know. It's up to you.
So what was the lesson plan for tonight?
I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
I thought this was a joke.
You thought what was a joke?
No, I should have known better.
What did you think it was?
Truly a setup.
And why would somebody try to do a setup lesson?
To catch people that shouldn't.
And why would
talking to teenagers?
People like you.
Definitely. Well, no, this is the first time I've done this.
The first time.
With a young, underage person, yes.
While he claims his fantasy of teaching a young boy the sexual ropes was all a joke, what he does for a living is nothing to laugh at.
I teach math.
And what grade do you teach?
6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So you teach kids who are about the same age as the boy you thought you were going to visit tonight.
Yes.
That raises an obvious question. If you're willing to have a conversation like this and come visit a 13-year-old boy, what have you been doing with students?
Dude, how old is Chris Hansen? He's like, oh, he's 66. He actually looks way older, to be honest.
Visit its question. If you're willing to have a conversation like this and come visit a 13-year-old boy, what have you been doing with students?
Definitely not this.
And why should I believe you?
Because I've successfully taught school for 23 years.
Kendall says he has 4 children of his own, but hasn't seen them in years. As a parent, would you be okay with a 54-year-old man coming to visit a 13-year-old kid?
Of course not. I honestly didn't think he was 13, and I thought about driving away when I saw him at the door.
And like so many other men in his predicament, he brings up religion.
Probably I was thinking the part of me that's Christian was going to talk him out of it.
So what part of the Bible tells you to say all this kind of stuff here in the chat? I'd love to suck, play and suck, play with, like and lick nipples and lick and and you? Where is that in the Bible? Explain that to me.
There's a human part.
Is that the Old Testament or the New? And you? I'd love to suck, play and suck, play with and lick nipples and lick and and you? Where is that in the Bible? Explain that to me.
There's a human part.
Is that the Old Testament or the New Testament?
Neither. I am truly sorry.
Oh, wait.
And I'm not.
Wait. Am I screwed now? Dude. Do they account for this by opening your inventory? No, they don't. So, how was I doing that then? You have to press it ahead of time. equipment, so you're not completely screwed. But wow, seems like an oversight to me. I don't know. I think it's yeah, it's a little fucked up. Oh my god. Why do you immediately fucking... Dude, how is this a fucking game that is allowed to get made? Why can you not heal? You have to press a button to heal. You can't just heal from your inventory when this can happen to you. Are you fucking serious? What is that? A little thing comes up to ask you if you want to fucking heal? Dude, are you serious? Fucking trolling. This is a fucking real game that was made. Dude, I just can't fucking believe this. So like, in no world is this a good video game. It has good music, and that's the only fucking thing. You know why it has good music is because Yuzo Koshiro worked on it. It's the only fucking reason. That explains that. I didn't know before, but now I know. It carried the fuck out of the game. It's unbelievable. Dude, how is this a real thing? Say I'm supposed to know that the enemy is just fucking there on the exact spot that I fucking saved the game? Like, what is this bullshit, dude? I had a feeling that might happen. What is this? Mirror, dude. complete fucking bullshit. How was I getting out of that before? Crazy how I thought this was actually going to be a good game. At one point in time I was excited to play it, but because it's an RPG, it was just never going to work out like that. Dude, what? How is this a real thing that happens? Dude, you can't be fucking serious. This is what happens when I unequip my heal ring. If I had it equipped, I could survive this by holding up and stalling. Genuinely, what the fuck do I do about this? I was able to get out of it a few times, and I can't get out of it at all. What the fuck happened? Oh my god, dude. It's been so fucking long since I last saved in a different one, dude. Holy fucking shit. How was I getting out of it before? I got out of it briefly. Turns out there's a fucking prompt
For you to heal.
You can't just heal from the inventory. This game fucking sucks. This is the worst fucking game I've played on the PC Engine by far. Absolute fucking dog shit, piece of shit game that just has good music. It's the only thing good about it, dude. Because fucking Yuzo Koshiro, dude. There's like so many ways this could somehow... See, I didn't know what was in the room above, so I just saved the game before entering a new room that I don't know what's in there. So, and turns out I fucking saved on top of an enemy. How did I get out of this like a few times? I'm so confused how that happened. Now it can't happen. Why did it happen like a few times? Genuinely makes no fucking sense. Why is he just one-shotting me, dude? Why the fuck is the combat in the game like this? There is no combat. You just fucking walk into enemies. You let your stats do the work for you. It's the worst fucking game I've ever played. Dude, you can't be fucking serious. What is timering? What the fuck do I do about this? What is speed, fast, and slow do? I don't even know. Oh my god. I don't have the fucking wing, dude. Wait, do I have the heal ring already equipped? Why the fuck am I not healing then? Why am I not healing? Because I'm holding a direction. Maybe I need to change it to fast. Who fucking knows? What do I do? How did I get out of this? And then the fucking heal prompt comes up. Like, why the fuck are you asking me to heal, dude? Just heal me, dude. How did I do that? And now it's just not been doing it since. I'm so baffled. I've never been so baffled playing a game than S on PC Engine, dude. Never been so fucking baffled in my life. It just doesn't make sense. Why was I able to get out of this the first, like, few times, and now it's just hopeless? Like, what actually changed? Alright, hold down. Anyway, seems to be absolutely nothing I can do about this, and I wasted the last 4 hours, and this is the worst fucking piece of shit I've ever played in my life.